Hello guys, welcome to Pika Fiction. So in this video, we will see what if Ash started a new journey with 3 female rivals and found competitive romance. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The Monarch and the Unwritten. The roar of the crowd was a physical thing, a wave of sound and pressure that beat against the sides of the Winden Stadium. It was a familiar noise, one that had been the soundtrack to Ash Ketchum's life for as long as he could remember. But this was different. It wasn't the raw, hopeful cheer for an underdog clawing his way through a tournament. It was the thunderous, adoring ovation for a king, and Ash was still getting used to the weight of the crown he couldn't see. From his position in the center of the battlefield, he could see every face in the front rows, every screen held aloft recording the moment. They called him the Monarch. It was a grand, heavy title, earned in this very stadium months ago through grit, faith, and a bond with his Pokémon that had once again defied the world's expectations. Now, that victory had a long and formal tale. Exhibition matches, charity events, press conferences. He was no longer just a trainer on a journey, he was an institution. Across the field, Drasna of the Kalos Elite Four smiled, a gentle, knowing expression on her face. Her Altaria hovered beside her, its cotton-like wings barely stirring the air, exuding an aura of serene power. Her final Pokémon. You have grown beyond measure, Ash Ketchum. Drasna's voice, though soft, carried across the stadium, amplified by the silent reverence that had fallen over the crowd. Your heart has always been your greatest strength. It seems your mind has finally caught up. Ash returned the smile, a genuine, easy expression that didn't quite reach his eyes. You learn a thing or two on the road, Drasna. Pikachu, you ready? A sharp Pika was his only answer. His partner stood before him, a small, yellow dynamo in the vast green expanse of the battlefield. There were no signs of fatigue, only a low, electric hum that promised imminent action. The air crackled around him. Then let us conclude this wonderful dance, Drasna declared, her eyes gleaming with a competitor's fire. Altaria, Dragon Pulse. The stadium lights glinted off the gathering sphere of draconic energy at Altaria's beak, a swirling vortex of teal and purple. It was a textbook move, powerful and direct. The old Ash would have met it head-on with a thunderbolt of equal or greater force. The Monarch, however, saw the field not as a simple line between 2 points, but as a chessboard of infinite possibilities. Pikachu, Electro-Ebb on the ground, then quick attack, spin right. The command was quiet, almost conversational, but Pikachu moved with explosive certainty. Instead of firing at Altaria, he leaped and fired the golden, sticky net of electricity directly at the ground in front of him. The moment it landed, he was already a yellow blur, banking hard to the right as Drasna's Dragon Pulse rocketed past, missing him by meters and impacting the stadium wall with a deafening boom that sent dust and pebbles raining down. Drasna's brow furrowed slightly. An odd move. A defensive play? No, it was something else. Don't give it space. Altaria, Sky Attack. Altaria shrieked, glowing with a brilliant white light as it began to charge its most powerful move. It was a commitment. Once started, it was a guided missile of immense power, but it took precious seconds to build energy. Seconds Ash had already factored into his calculations. Now, Pikachu. Iron Tail on the web. The command made no sense to the commentators, who began shouting in confused excitement, but Drasna's eyes widened in sudden, dawning comprehension. Pikachu, still in his high-speed arc, reversed his momentum in a feat of impossible agility. His tail hardened into a metallic, shimmering blade. He didn't aim for Altaria. He slammed the iron tail directly into the center of the Electro-Ebb he had just laid down. The result was instantaneous and spectacular. The conductive web, supercharged by the kinetic force of the iron tail, pulsed violently. It didn't just discharge the electricity into the ground, it detonated, sending a massive, dome-shaped wave of electrostatic energy rippling outward across the battlefield. It wasn't an attack meant for damage, but for disruption. The air itself turned to static. The sky attack charging around Altaria sputtered, its pristine white aura flickering as the wave of raw, unstructured energy washed over it. The bird Pokémon flinched, its concentration broken for a barest fraction of a second. It was more than enough. Up the pulse's slipstream, Pikachu. Volt Tackle. It was a strategy born from 1,000 battles, a fusion of instinct and analysis that had become Ash's new signature. The Dragon Pulse, even after impact, had left a faint trail of disturbed air, a subtle current in the stadium's atmosphere. Pikachu, a master of his own element, could feel it. He launched himself into that slipstream, a comet of pure electricity, his body wreathed in the golden, self-damaging, all-or-nothing power of Volt Tackle. Altaria, its concentration broken, was a sitting duck. It couldn't reorient in time. The yellow thunderbolt slammed into its chest with the force of a meteor. The explosion of light and sound forced the entire stadium to squint, a collective gasp echoing in its wake. When the light faded, Altaria was unconscious on the grass, swirls in its eyes. Pikachu landed lightly on the field, shaking his head to clear the recoil damage, a few stray sparks dancing harmlessly off his fur. The referee's hand, which had been raised in anticipation, dropped decisively. Altaria is unable to battle. The victory goes to the World Monarch, Ash Ketchum. For a moment, there was silence. Then, the stadium erupted. The sound was a physical blow, a tidal wave of adoration that washed over him. Ash raised a hand, a practiced gesture of acknowledgement, the smile fixed on his face. Pikachu leaped onto his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. Ash scratched him under the chin, his touch steady and reassuring. He had won. Of course, he had won. Winning was expected now. Later, away from the roaring crowds and the flashing cameras, the quiet of the champion's locker room felt louder than the stadium. He'd showered and changed back into his familiar jeans and jacket. His Monarch outfit, a ridiculously formal affair with a cape he still wasn't used to, was packed away. His team of 6, Pikachu, Dragonite, Gengar, Lucario, Sirfetch'd, and Dracovish, were out of their Pokeballs, happily munching on a custom blend of Pokemon food. The atmosphere was celebratory, but Ash felt a familiar, hollow ache settle deep in his chest. The door swished open and Drasna entered, her Altaria floating gently behind her, now fully recovered. "That last move," she said, her voice filled with a mixture of awe and academic curiosity. "Using Electroweb as a capacitor for a kinetic discharge. I have never seen anything like it. It was not a move of power, but of physics. Brilliant." "Pikachu's good at coming up with stuff on the fly," Ash deflected, rubbing the back of his neck. It was an old habit, one of the few that remained from his younger days. Drasna's wise eyes saw right through it. "That wasn't on the fly, Ash. That was the work of a trainer who understands his Pokémon and the very air they battle in. You are the Monarch for a reason. But," she paused, her expression softening, "the title does not seem to rest easily on your shoulders." Ash sighed, the public mask finally falling away. He sank onto a bench, the energy of the battle draining out of him, leaving only a profound weariness. "Is it that obvious?" "Only to those who have seen the boy you were," she said, taking a seat a respectful distance away. "You have reached the summit, the goal every trainer dreams of. And you have discovered the great, secret burden. Of all champions, what comes next? What comes next?" The question echoed in the empty space inside him. For his entire life, the answer had been simple: the next gym, the next league, the next challenge. The road was always there, stretching out before him, promising new friends, new rivals, new Pokémon. Now, the road had ended at a throne. And it was lonely. "I don't know," Ash admitted, his voice barely a whisper. I miss the wind." Drasna nodded slowly, understanding dawning in her eyes. "The wind. The feeling of being on the move, of not knowing what was over the horizon. The freedom of the journey. The wind never truly leaves you, Ash, she said, standing. Sometimes, it just blows from a direction you don't expect. She gave him a final, respectful bow and departed, leaving him alone with his thoughts and his 6 victorious partners. Lucario padded over, its aura-sensitive appendages twitching. It rested a hand on Ash's knee, not speaking, but radiating a wave of deep, questioning concern. Ash placed his hand over his Pokémon's. "I'm okay, Lucario," he said, forcing a smile. "Just a little tired." But as Pikachu curled up in his lap, a low, contented hum in his chest, Ash stared at the far wall of the locker room, seeing not plaster and paint, but an endless, empty horizon. He was the best in the world. And he had never felt so lost. A week later, the familiar, gentle hills of Pallet Town were a soothing balm. The global press tour was over for now. The obligations were met. Here, he wasn't the monarch. He was just Ash, the kid who was late to get his first Pokémon and somehow stumbled his way to the top of the world. He lay on his back on the grassy hill behind Professor Oak's laboratory, the same hill where he and Gary had declared their rivalry a lifetime ago. The sun was warm, the sky a perfect, cloudless blue. His entire collection of Pokémon, released from their Pokeballs, were scattered across the preserve, playing, sleeping, or sparring. The sounds of their calls were a symphony of home. Bulbasaur was mediating a squabble between a group of Tauros, Charizard was having a stare-down with Infernape on a distant cliff, and Sceptile was napping in the high branches of an oak tree. Pikachu was dozing on his chest, a warm, furry weight rising and falling with each of Ash's breaths. It was peaceful. It was everything he'd fought for. And it was maddeningly quiet. He closed his eyes, trying to soak in the tranquility, trying to force the restlessness down. He'd promised his mom he'd stay for a whole month this time. No sudden departures for newly discovered regions. No chasing rumors of a rare Pokémon. Just rest. The sound of buzzing insects suddenly stopped. Ash's eyes snapped open. It wasn't a gradual fading. It was as if someone had flipped a switch. The air, once humming with life, was utterly, unnervingly silent. The warm, golden sunlight seemed to thin, the world losing a fraction of its color, shifting to a palette of grays and muted tones. Pikachu shot up, his fur on end. He wasn't sparking. He was just, tense. His ears twitched, scanning for a threat that had no sound, no scent. Pika. His cry was wrong. It didn't chirp, it echoed strangely, thin and metallic, like a bad recording. Then Ash felt it. A tremor not in the earth, but in existence itself. For a single, terrifying heartbeat, the world stuttered. The oak tree at the edge of his vision flickered, its image ghosting for a split second, showing an unblossomed sapling in its place before snapping back. A butterfree fluttering past froze mid-air, its wings locked, then glitched, its vibrant purple turning to a flat, lifeless gray for an instant. On his chest, Pikachu cried out in pain. A crackle of electricity shot from his cheeks, but it wasn't the familiar, brilliant yellow. It was a sickly gray-black static, like the fuzz on a dead channel, and it seemed to cause him physical agony. Pikachu. Ash scrambled up, his heart lurching. As quickly as it began, it was over. The color flooded back into the world. The sounds of the preserve returned, the insects buzzing, the Pokémon calling. The sun was warm again. The stutter was gone. But the memory of it, the feeling of wrongness, lingered like a phantom limb. Pikachu collapsed against his chest, whining, the strange static gone. Ash held him close, his own heart hammering against his ribs. He ran a hand over his partner's fur, checking him over. He seemed fine, just shaken. What was that? Ash whispered, his eyes scanning the now peaceful landscape. It was a violation. A deep, fundamental law of the universe had just been broken, and he had felt it in his bones. He didn't have to wait long for an answer. The world dissolved. There was no sound, no flash, just a gentle but irresistible transformation. The green grass, the blue sky, his Pokémon, they all bled away into a river of pure, shimmering gold. He felt a sensation not of movement, but of being pulled through the very concept of space. It wasn't frightening. It was absolute. It was divine. He came to rest on a floor that wasn't a floor, under a sky that wasn't a sky. He was standing on a platform of crystalline light, suspended in an impossible void filled with swirling galaxies and constellations being born and dying in the blink of an eye. Pillars of pure, condensed starlight rose into infinity around him. The Hall of Origin. And before him stood its master. Arceus was a being of sublime, terrifying majesty. Its golden-limbed, white form seemed to contain the light of a billion suns, yet it cast no shadow. It simply was. But something was wrong. Ash, who had stood in this very hall before, could sense it. The light around the deity seemed to flicker, as if struggling to maintain its intensity. When it spoke, its voice was a chorus of 1,000 harmonious tones, but there was a tremor of strain running through it. Ash Ketchum. The monarch. Arceus, Ash acknowledged, his voice steady despite the awe-inspiring sight. Pikachu, on his shoulder, had his cheek sparking, not with aggression, but with nervous energy. What's going on? That feeling back home, that was you? That was the wound, Arceus's voice resonated in his mind. A wound in time itself. Reality is fraying. The tapestry of what is, what was, and what will be is being, unwritten. Arceus gestured with its head, and the space before them shifted. Ash saw a vision, a timeline, represented as a magnificent, impossibly complex rope of interwoven light. But it was damaged. Strands were snapping. Key knots in the rope, great moments in history he vaguely recognized from legends, flickered and threatened to vanish. He saw the creation of Coronet, the awakening of the golems of Hoenn, the first flight of Lugia over the Whirl Islands, all wavering like a faulty hologram. A force has risen, Arceus continued, the strain more pronounced. They call themselves the Null Order. They believe that my children, the legendary and mythical Pokémon who shaped the world, are a crutch. They believe our influence makes the world artificial, weak. They seek to erase our existence from history, one by one, to return the world to a state of untamed, primordial chaos they call truth. Ash clenched his fists. They're attacking the legendaries. They are attacking the moments that define them. They create temporal distortions, localized paradoxes to trap or corrupt them, siphoning their power and unraveling the thread of their influence. The stutter you felt was the aftershock of their latest success. They have silenced a nexus point. A guardian of time itself. The image of the wounded, gray static Pikachu flashed in Ash's mind. It wasn't just an attack on gods, it was hurting everyone. Celebi, Ash said, the name coming to him unbidden. A note of what might have been surprise entered Arceus's tone. Yes. The voice of the forest has gone silent. Its song no longer echoes through the currents of time. The damage spreads. I am the weaver of this reality, but my power is tied to its integrity. As it unravels, so do I. I cannot intervene directly without risking a cataclysm. So you need someone who can, Ash finished, his restlessness burning away, replaced by the familiar, cold fire of purpose. The empty horizon in his mind was suddenly filled with a clear and urgent destination. What do you need me to do? I have chosen champions, Arceus declared, its light flaring. Those with the strength, will, and unique talents to mend the tapestry. You, Ash Ketchum, are the heart. Your bond with your Pokémon transcends strategy and logic. It is a force of nature in its own right, a power the Null Order cannot comprehend. As Ash absorbed this, the light in the hall pulsed. 3 new figures began to materialize nearby. The first appeared in a shimmer of controlled, almost mathematical light, as if teleporting via a flawless equation. She was a young woman with sharp, intelligent eyes and silver hair tied back in a severe, practical braid. She wore a tailored, high-tech combat suit of gray and blue, and a galotte materialized at her side, its posture as rigid and ready as her own. She surveyed the scene, Arceus, Ash, the impossible void, with an analytical gaze, her expression a mask of cool assessment. The Hall of Origin, she stated, her voice crisp and precise. The energy readings are congruent with theoretical models of transdimensional architecture. And this, her gaze fell on Ash, is the monarch. His combat record is a testament to statistical improbability, not strategic excellence. An unorthodox choice. Before Ash could respond, a second figure formed. She didn't teleport, she seemed to coalesce from shimmering runes and glyphs of ancient text that swirled around her. She had dark, inquisitive eyes, and her long black hair was adorned with small, intricately carved charms. She was dressed in the robes of a scholar, a satchel of scrolls and tablets at her hip. She ignored Ash completely, her attention captivated by the very fabric of the hall. An alakazam appeared beside her, its spoons glowing softly, its psychic presence immense. Incredible, the scholar whispered, tracing a finger through a floating mote of light. The foundational grammar of the universe, laid bare. This place is the ultimate library. She finally glanced at Ash, her expression dismissive. He is a historical anomaly. A blunt instrument in matters requiring surgical precision and deep understanding. Why is he here? The third arrival was the most jarring. There was no light, no runes. A sudden gust of wind, smelling of damp earth, wild storms, and pine needles, swept through the sterile hall. A young woman with sun-bronzed skin and tangled, auburn hair stood barefoot on the crystalline floor, as if she had simply walked out of the forest and into the heart of creation. She wore simple, durable clothes of leather and hide, and her eyes, a fierce shade of green, were sharp and untamed. At her side, a colossal Ursaluna materialized, its sheer size and primal energy a stark contrast to the other's sleek Pokémon. Its roar was a deep, guttural rumble that seemed to shake the very stars. The wild woman's gaze fell on Ash, then shifted to Pikachu on his shoulder. It wasn't dismissal. It was a cold, hard judgment. You keep it on a leash, she said, her voice low and rough, not with malice, but with a simple statement of fact. Ash bristled. He's my partner. A partner does not sit on a shoulder, she retorted, her hand resting on the thick fur of her Ursaluna's neck. It stands beside you. The three women stared at him, a united front of disapproval from three completely different directions. The tactician who saw him as reckless chaos. The scholar who saw him as an ignorant brute. The wildling who saw him as a symbol of domestication. Arceus's voice cut through the rising tension, firm and absolute. Seraphina Varon. You are the mind. Your strategic genius is unparalleled. You see the board and every move upon it. It turned its gaze to the scholar. Lyra of the scribes. You are the memory. You read the story of the universe and understand the threads that bind it. Finally, its light fell upon the wild woman. Kaya. You are the spirit. You feel the pulse of the natural world, a connection that predates man and league. And Ash Ketchum is the heart, Arceus repeated, its voice leaving no room for argument. Each of you is a master of a single discipline. But this threat requires all of them. You are not four champions. You are one team. The word team hung in the air like a lead weight. Absolutely not, Seraphina said instantly, her composure cracking for the first time. My strategies require precision and discipline. I cannot account for random chance, she finished, gesturing sharply at Ash. My work requires study and contemplation, not a battle-hungry entourage, Lyra added, clutching her satchel as if to protect her knowledge from contamination. Kaya said nothing. She simply shook her head, her expression making it clear she would rather walk into a volcano than work with any of them, especially Ash. Look, I don't like this any more than you do, Ash cut in, his patience worn thin. He was tired of being analyzed, dismissed, and judged. But Arceus is in trouble, the world is in trouble, and Celebi is the first target. We don't have time to argue about who's qualified. We have a job to do. His voice, stripped of all pleasantries and filled with the quiet authority of 100 life-or-death struggles, silenced them. For a moment, they saw him not as a statistical anomaly or a brute, but as someone who understood the stakes on a visceral level they had only just been introduced to. Arceus's light flared, a final, undeniable command. Your first destination is the Ethel region. Find the Viridian Maze, the heart of the ancient forest. Find what has been done to Celebi and undo it. The path will be opened for you. Go. Mend the unwritten. The golden light surged again, not pulling this time, but pushing. The impossible vista of the Hall of Origin fractured, and the mundane world began to bleed back in. The transition was jarring. One moment, they were in the presence of a god at the center of the universe. The next, they were standing on the cold, metal floor of a transport aircraft hangar. The roar of a jet engine replaced the celestial choir. A sleek, unmarked black plane sat waiting on the tarmac, its ramp lowered. A man in a crisp suit and sunglasses walked toward them. Champions. I'm Agent Verity. I'll be your logistical support. Your transport and equipment are ready. We depart for the Ethel drop zone in 5 minutes. No one moved. The four of them stood in a loose, uncomfortable circle, the immensity of their task settling upon them. The immediate, biting animosity from the Hall of Origin had subsided into a thick, palpable tension. They were no longer just individuals, they were a team, by decree if not by choice. And they were each other's first, most immediate obstacle. Seraphina was the first to break the silence. She strode past Ash without a word, tapping commands into a holographic interface that sprang to life from her wrist cuff. Tactical maps and data streams scrolled past her eyes. She was already working the problem, treating her new teammates as variables in an unpleasant equation. Lyra followed, clutching her satchel, her eyes distant. She was likely already cross-referencing every text she'd ever read on the Ethel region, Celebi, and temporal phenomena, building a wall of knowledge between herself and the others. Kaya lingered for a moment, her wild green eyes locking with Ash's. She gave a slow, deliberate look at Pikachu, who was now standing alertly on the floor beside Ash, no longer on his shoulder. A flicker of something unreadable passed through her expression before she turned and walked up the ramp, her Ursaluna's pokeball heavy in her hand. Ash let out a long, slow breath. Pikachu looked up at him, a concerned "cha" on his lips. "Yeah, buddy," Ash murmured, reaching down to scratch his partner's head. "This is going to be a long trip." He squared his shoulders, the weight of the invisible crown replaced by the very real weight of the world. He was a monarch without a kingdom, a champion without a cheering crowd. He was just a trainer again, with a long, uncertain road ahead and a team that was more like a collection of finely sharpened, opposing blades. He followed them onto the plane, the roar of the engine swallowing the silence between them. The ramp closed, plunging the cargo bay into the dim glow of emergency lighting. The four chosen of Arceus sat in stony silence, each in their own corner of the vast space, the gulf between them wider and deeper than any ocean. The journey to save reality had begun. And they had already declared war on each other. Chapter 2, The Forest of Frozen Time. The transition from the sterile, pressurized cabin of the stealth jet to the air of the Ethel region was a physical shock. The atmosphere was thick, heavy, and unnervingly warm, saturated with the smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, a faint, metallic tang like ozone after a lightning strike, but without the cleansing freshness. They had been dropped by rappel lines into a small, natural clearing, and the black-clad Agent Verity and his aircraft had vanished back into the overcast sky as if they had never been. Now, there was only the forest. It was a colossal, ancient thing. Trees whose trunks were as wide as houses soared hundreds of feet into the air, their upper branches forming a dense canopy that blotted out the sky, plunging the forest floor into a perpetual twilight. Moss hung from every branch in thick, green shrouds, and giant ferns unfurled in the deep shadows. It should have been a place teeming with life, a cacophony of bug calls, bird songs, and the rustling of unseen creatures. Instead, there was only silence. A deep, profound, and unnatural silence that pressed in on them, muffling the sound of their own breathing. It wasn't empty, it was stifled. Ash felt it immediately. It was the same wrongness from the hill in Pallet Town, but magnified 1,000 times. The very air felt dead. Pikachu was at his feet, fur bristled, his body a tense coil of unease. His red cheeks sparked erratically, not with power, but with a nervous, anxious fizz. "This is the Viridian Maze," Lyra announced, her voice hushed. She was consulting a glowing, holographic map projected from a device in her palm, its light looking pale and weak in the gloom. "An ancient forest that, according to the Sinjo texts, sings the song of what will be. It's supposed to be a temporal nexus, constantly shifting, impossible to map." "This map seems to be working," Seraphina observed, her tone dry. She had her own wrist cuff active, displaying a topographical overlay of the area. "The layout is static. The temporal distortions are absent." "Exactly," Lyra shot back, her eyes flashing with irritation. "It's not supposed to be. It's like finding a river that has been frozen solid. The absence of the phenomenon is the phenomenon." Kaya ignored them both. She had knelt down the moment her feet touched the soil, her palm pressed flat against the damp earth. Her eyes were closed, her expression one of intense, painful concentration. Her Ursaluna stood guard over her, its massive head swinging slowly, sniffing the dead air with a low growl rumbling in its chest. "The forest is screaming," Kaya whispered, her voice tight. "But it has no mouth." Ash understood what she meant. He could feel it too. A silent, psychic shriek of pain that resonated just beneath the surface of hearing. It was the collective agony of every Pokémon, every tree, every blade of grass in this place. "Okay, so we know something's wrong," Ash said, forcing his voice to be the anchor in the rising sea of tension. "And we know Celebi is the target. We need to find it. What's the plan?" The question acted as a trigger. 3 pairs of eyes, 3 competing philosophies, all turned on him, then on each other. "The plan is methodical," Seraphina stated, taking command. The forest was just another battlefield to be analyzed and conquered. The area of effect for this, temporal stasis, must have an epicenter. Logically, that is where the Null Order's device and Celebi will be located. We will perform a standard, shrinking box search pattern. I will take the northeast vector, Lyra the northwest, Kaya the southwest. You, she nodded curtly at Ash, can take the southeast. We maintain communication, report any energy fluctuations, and converge on the target. Efficient. Clean. Absurd, Lyra countered immediately, shaking her head as if explaining a complex theory to a child. You're treating a temporal event like a lost set of keys. A grid search is useless if the epicenter isn't geographically fixed. It's a nexus point we're looking for, a place where the then and now of the forest are thinnest. We need to be looking for architectural impossibilities, trees that are too old, rocks that show impossible erosion patterns. I need to consult my archives and find a point of historical significance. The rocks and trees are dying, Kaya growled, rising to her feet. Her green eyes were blazing with a cold fury. They don't need to be analyzed. They need to be listened to. The pain is a river. We should be following it upstream to its source. I can feel the current, but your noise, she glared at Seraphina's buzzing cuff and Lyra's glowing map, is making it difficult to trace. The 3 of them stood in a triangle of mutual opposition, their Pokémon reflecting their trainers' attitudes. Seraphina's Gallade stood with its psychic blades half extended, a posture of readiness. Lyra's Alakazam had its eyes closed, its spoons vibrating as it tried to sense the psychic topography. Kaya's Ursaluna pawed at the ground, a low growl in its throat. Ash felt a spike of pure, undiluted frustration. They were wasting time. Every second they stood here arguing, the silent scream of the forest grew louder in his head. "So your plan," he said, his voice cutting through their standoff, "is to all go in different directions?" "Some team." Seraphina's jaw tightened. "It is the most efficient way to cover ground." "It's the most efficient way to get picked off one by one," Ash shot back. "We don't know what we're facing. We go in together." "And do what?" Lyra challenged. "Wander aimlessly until we stumble upon it. We need a methodology." "The methodology is to move," Ash snapped, his patience gone. He pointedly looked at Kaya. "You say you can feel the current of pain. Lead the way." Then he turned to Lyra. "While we walk, you look for your historical markers." And finally to Seraphina. "And you can map our progress and watch for ambushes. We do all of it. Together. Now." He didn't wait for an answer. He just started walking, following the faint, almost imperceptible game trail that led deeper into the oppressive twilight of the woods. Pikachu was at his side in an instant, a loyal yellow shadow. For a moment, nobody followed. He could feel their indignation radiating behind him. Then, with a low huff of frustration from Kaya, the soft padding of Ursaluna's feet followed. A few seconds later, the quiet footsteps of the other two joined in. They were following, but the silence behind him was heavier and more hostile than ever. They moved through the grotesque stillness for what felt like hours. The only sounds were their own footsteps and the quiet hum of Seraphina's equipment. The forest grew stranger, the wrongness more pronounced. Thick, greasy cobwebs, far too large for any normal spider, hung between the trees, but they were empty. Strange fungi, glowing with a sickly purple light, grew in patches on the forest floor, pulsing slowly, out of sync with any natural rhythm. Lyra would occasionally stop, running a hand over a moss-covered stone. "This rock, the striations suggest it was carved by glacial movement. But this forest has been temperate for 20,000 years. It shouldn't be here." Seraphina, meanwhile, would call out tactical observations in a clipped monotone. "Dense canopy cover at 12 o'clock. Perfect for an aerial ambush. Kaya, your Pokémon has a wider sensory range. Any threats?" "Only the one we're walking into," Kaya would reply without looking back. Ash walked at the head of the strange, silent procession, his senses stretched to their breaking point. He wasn't looking for clues or feeling for currents. He was listening for an absence. He was trying to pinpoint the place where the silent scream was loudest, or rather, the place where all other life signs were the most completely and utterly gone. It was an instinct honed over years of connecting with Pokémon, feeling their joy, their fear, their presence. Now he was using it to feel their absence. "This way," he said suddenly, breaking from the faint trail and pushing through a wall of giant ferns. "My map shows nothing in that direction but impassable terrain," Seraphina stated, her voice edged with annoyance. "It's an inefficient route." "The pain is stronger there," Kaya confirmed, her voice grudging but certain. She had been following the same subtle feeling. Ash didn't bother to argue. He just kept moving, his gut twisting into a tighter and tighter knot. The air grew colder, the metallic tang sharper. The ground beneath their feet became brittle, the rich soil turning to a dry, gray dust. The trees here were skeletal, their bark peeling away to reveal wood that was pale and petrified. They emerged into a clearing, and the sight stopped them all cold. The clearing was a perfect circle, about 50 yards across. The ground was gray, cracked earth, utterly devoid of life. In the exact center of the circle stood a crystalline structure, a jagged, 20-foot-tall prison of what looked like smoky quartz. It pulsed with a sickening, internal gray light, and thin, black veins of the same static energy Ash had seen afflict Pikachu ran through its surface. And floating in the heart of the crystal, unconscious, was Shalebi. The small, green guardian of the forest was trapped, its body limp, its eyes closed. Its connection to time, to life, was being actively suppressed. Black, ethereal tendrils of the static energy extended from the crystal, latching onto Shalebi, siphoning its power into the crystalline structure. With every slow, sickly pulse of the crystal, a wave of life-draining energy washed over the clearing, causing the very air to shimmer and distort. This was the source of the silence. This was the heart of the scream. By the scribes of Spear Pillar, Lyra breathed, her scholarly detachment shattered by the horror of the sight. It's a Chronos siphon. A forbidden technology hypothesized in the earliest Canalave texts. It doesn't just trap a temporal being, it devours its essence, converting it into raw, unstable paradoxical energy. So we smash it, Kaya growled, her hand already moving to her Ursaluna's pokeball. No, wait. Serafina commanded, her tactical mind racing. Look at the energy feedback. The siphon is unstable. A brute force attack could cause it to detonate. The resulting paradox wave could erase this entire forest from the timeline. We need to find the regulator node and disable it. She was already scanning the crystal, her cuff sensors working furiously. There. At the base. That smaller crystalline formation. That's the control interface. As if summoned by their discovery, a figure detached itself from the shadows of the skeletal trees at the edge of the clearing. It was a man, clad in a sleek, dark gray uniform with interlocking circle motifs on the shoulders. His face was hidden by a helmet that seemed to absorb the light, leaving only a glowing, single red optic in the center. A chronomancer. Too late, champions of a broken god, the chronomancer's voice was distorted, synthesized, and utterly devoid of emotion. The process is nearly complete. The paradox of Ilex will be unwritten. The world will be one step closer to its true, untamed state. A sizer materialized beside him, its metallic shell a darker, more menacing shade than usual. Its claws weren't just sharp, they seemed to vibrate, blurring at the edges as if they were oscillating in and out of the immediate present. You are trespassing on a historical revision zone, the chronomancer stated. Cease your interference, or you will be nullified. There was no more time for debate. Galade, Psycho cut. Target the operative. Serafina yelled, taking the initiative. Ursaluna, headlong rush. Shatter that crystal. Kaya roared, her rage overriding Serafina's caution. The two attacks launched simultaneously, a perfect illustration of their disunity. Galad's twin blades of psychic energy shot toward the chronomancer, while the massive, mud-caked form of Ursaluna charged with earth-shaking force directly at the Chronos siphon. It was a disaster. The chronomancer didn't even move. He simply raised a hand. Lag, he said. Serafina's psycho cuts, perfectly aimed, suddenly slowed to a crawl mid-air, the pink energy wavering as if moving through thick molasses. Ursaluna's charge met a similar fate. The space just in front of the bear Pokémon seemed to warp, and its terrifying forward momentum was instantly bled away. It was still running, its powerful legs churning, but it was making no forward progress, trapped in a bubble of slowed time. My turn, the chronomancer said coolly. Sizer, bullet punch. The sizer vanished. It didn't move fast, it simply ceased to be in one place and appeared in another, its fist already slamming into Ursaluna's exposed flank. The blow, amplified by temporal acceleration, hit with the force of a freight train, sending the massive Pokémon flying sideways with a cry of pain. What is this? Kaya screamed in fury. Temporal manipulation, Lyra muttered, her eyes wide with a horrified academic fascination. He's not just moving fast, he's locally altering the flow of time. He can slow our attacks and accelerate his own. We can't fight him in a straight battle. Then we won't. Serafina countered, her mind already recalibrating. Galade, use feint. Alakazam, Kinesis. We'll bypass his defenses. Gallade disappeared, attempting to use the move that could bypass Protect, hoping it would also bypass this temporal shield. Alakazam's eyes glowed blue, its spoons bending as it tried to telekinetically seize the Chronomancer. Null field, the agent intoned. A shimmer of gray static expanded from his body. Gallade's faint attack materialized and then fizzled out harmlessly against the shield. Alakazam recoiled, its spoons clattering, as its psychic power was simply negated. His technology is designed to counter Pokémon abilities directly, Lyra realized with dawning horror. It's an anti-divinity field. This was bad. They were completely outmatched. Their strongest Pokémon were being rendered useless by abilities that defied the known laws of Pokémon battles. Serafina's strategies were failing because the enemy wasn't playing by the rules. Kaya's raw power was useless because it couldn't connect. Lyra's knowledge was helpful for exposition but useless in a direct fight. Ash watched the chaos unfold, his mind racing. He saw Serafina's frustration as her perfect tactics were dismantled. He saw Kaya's rage as her partner was injured by an enemy it couldn't touch. He saw Lyra's desperation as her knowledge proved powerless. They were fighting as three individuals, and they were being systematically taken apart. He needed a variable. Something the Chronomancer couldn't predict. Something that didn't follow the established rules of this fight. His eyes darted around the clearing. And then he saw it. Huddled at the base of a petrified tree, caught in the crossfire, was a small Pokémon he had never seen before. It looked something like a ferret or a weasel, with sleek brown fur and bright, terrified eyes. Yellow, zigzag stripes ran down its back, and its tail ended in a metallic-looking, two-pronged tip, like an electrical plug. It was trembling, its fur sparking with a wild, uncontrolled static electricity, not from an attack, but from pure fear. Every time one of the Chronomancer's temporal waves pulsed outward, the little creature would seize up, its own energy fluctuating wildly. The Chronomancer's Sizer, having dispatched Ursaluna, was now turning its attention to Gallade. It blurred again, preparing for another accelerated strike. But its path would take it right past the petrified tree. Ash didn't think. He acted. Pikachu, come on. He sprinted from his position, running directly into the battlefield. Ash, what are you doing? Serafina yelled. Get back. You're breaking formation. We don't have a formation, he yelled back over his shoulder. He wasn't running toward the Chronomancer. He was running toward the terrified little creature. Pikachu was a yellow blur at his side. They reached the tree just as the Sizer rematerialized. It paused for a split second, its cold, insectoid eyes registering the new targets. It adjusted its aim. Pikachu, Iron Tail on the ground. Ash commanded. Pikachu leaped, his tail glowing, and slammed it into the dry, cracked earth right in front of the small, ferret-like Pokémon. The impact kicked up a massive cloud of gray dust and debris, creating a thick, instantaneous smokescreen. The Sizer's accelerated bullet punch shot through the cloud, missing completely and embedding itself in the petrified tree with a sickening crunch. Inside the dust cloud, Ash dropped to one knee. The little creature was cowering, letting out a terrified, high-pitched chittering sound. Its fur was sparking uncontrollably, the static arcing between the prongs of its tail. Hey, it's okay, Ash said, his voice low and calm, ignoring the battle raging just feet away. He held out a hand, palm open. We're not going to hurt you. The creature flinched, its bright eyes wide with panic. Pika Pika. Pikachu Pai. Pikachu said, stepping forward. He wasn't posturing aggressively. He was radiating reassurance, his own cheeks sparking gently in a controlled, friendly manner. Ash focused, reaching out not with his hand, but with that deeper sense, the aura that had always connected him to Pokémon. He didn't try to command the creature. He just offered it a feeling, safety. Friendship. We fight together. The little creature's panicked sparking lessened. It looked from Ash's open hand to Pikachu's friendly face. Outside the dust cloud, there was a roar of frustration from Kaya as Ursaluna, back on its feet, was trapped in another time-lag bubble. His temporal fields are short-range and directional. Serafina's voice cut through the chaos. He can only focus on one or two targets at a time. We need a multivector assault. The Chronomancer was a master of control. He predicted, he countered, he controlled. But Ash had just introduced something he couldn't control, a terrified, wild, and unpredictable element. And that element was about to get a whole lot of encouragement. The ferret Pokémon looked at Ash, a flicker of trust in its eyes. It took a hesitant step forward and touched its nose to Ash's outstretched fingers. A jolt of static, warm and alive, passed between them. A bond, forged in an instant of shared crisis. "Okay," Ash whispered. "What do you say we get a little chaotic?" He stood up as the dust cloud began to settle. "Lyra, how do we break that crystal without blowing up the forest?" Lyra, who had been scrambling to protect herself behind her alakazam, looked up, startled. "The siphon is powered by Celebi's own energy. It needs a feedback loop. If you can introduce a powerful, harmonically incompatible energy type directly into the crystal's matrix, it should cause a resonance cascade and shatter it from within. But the casing is shielded." "Shielded from the outside," Ash said, a wild grin spreading across his face. He looked at his new, small friend. "But what about from the inside? Can you move through that energy?" The little ferret Pokémon looked at the black, static-laced veins running through the crystal. Its body buzzed, its twin-pronged tail twitching. It gave a determined chitter. It was scared, but with Ash and Pikachu at its side, it was also brave. "All right. Serafina, I need a distraction. A big one. Kaya, get ready to catch a falling legend." "A distraction?" Serafina sounded incredulous. "All my attacks are being negated." "Not an attack." Ash yelled. "A light show. Something bright he can't ignore." "Lyra, can Alakazam do that?" "Dazzling gleam," Lyra said, understanding flashing in her eyes. "But it will leave us exposed." "Just do it." The Chronomancer had recovered from the smokescreen. His sizer was free from the tree, and his red optic was now fixed on Ash, the source of the unpredictability. "Your interference is illogical," the synthesized voice stated. "Conclusion, nullify the anomaly." He raised a hand, preparing to trap Ash in another time lag. "Now!" Lyra screamed. Alakazam spoons flared, and it unleashed a blinding, multicolored flash of fairy light. The dazzling gleam wasn't aimed at anyone. It simply exploded in the center of the clearing, a chaotic, dazzling burst of pure visual noise. Simultaneously, Serafina's Gallade, understanding the new objective, unleashed a flurry of psycho cuts not at the enemy, but into the air, creating a disorienting storm of pink energy blades. It was pure, unadulterated chaos. The Chronomancer, whose entire fighting style was based on precise targeting and control, was momentarily overwhelmed. His optic swiveled, trying to track the dozens of false targets. His temporal fields could only be in one place at a time. In that single, vital moment of sensory overload, Ash made his move. "Pikachu, Volt Tackle. Get me close." Pikachu didn't question. He wreathed himself in golden energy and slammed into Ash's back. The force of the blow, which would have injured anyone else, launched Ash forward like a cannonball. He flew through the air, right over the Chronomancer's head, the ferret Pokémon tucked securely under one arm. He landed in a roll at the base of the Chronos siphon. The air here was freezing, the static energy raising the hair on his arms. "Go!" he yelled, setting the little creature down. It didn't hesitate. With a final, trusting look at Ash, it became a blur of brown and yellow. It wasn't running on the crystal. It was moving through the black veins of static energy, its own body seemingly immune to the paradoxical forces. It zipped up the side of the crystal like lightning up a wire, a living, breathing circuit breaker. The chronomancer saw it. The dazzling gleam was fading. "No," he roared, his synthesized voice cracking with something that sounded like genuine alarm. He extended a hand, trying to generate a null field around the crystal. "You're not fast enough." Ash roared back. "Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Full power." Pikachu leaped onto Ash's shoulder and unleashed a torrent of brilliant, crackling lightning. It wasn't aimed at the crystal or the chronomancer. It was aimed directly at the little ferret Pokémon. Just as the lightning was about to hit, the creature jammed its twin-pronged tail deep into the apex of the crystal, right above the trapped form of Celebi. The thunderbolt struck. The ferret Pokémon's body, a natural conduit, channeled the entirety of Pikachu's massive electrical power directly into the heart of the Chronos Siphon's matrix. For a heartbeat, there was silence. Then, with a sound like a universe-sized pane of glass shattering, the crystal erupted. It wasn't an explosion of force, but of energy. The incompatible power sources, Pikachu's raw, life-filled electricity and the crystal's dead, paradoxical static, annihilated each other in a resonance cascade. Cracks of pure, white light spiderwebbed across the smoky quartz. The black veins dissolved. The crystal shattered into a million glittering shards that evaporated before they even hit the ground. Celebi, freed, dropped limply from the air. "Kaya, now!" Ash yelled. Kaya was already moving. Her Ursaluna, no longer lagged, bounded forward, and she leaped onto its back. It reared up, and she caught the falling form of Celebi just before it hit the cracked earth. The chronomancer stood frozen for a second, his single red optic fixed on the empty space where his device had been. His mission was a failure. He looked at Ash, then at the others, a cohesive unit born from chaos. "Analysis, unacceptable deviation," he stated, his voice flat once more. He tapped a command into his gauntlet. "Tactical retreat advised." Before anyone could move to stop him, he was enveloped in a shimmer of gray light and vanished. But in his haste, a small, dark gray data chip, no bigger than a thumbnail, fell from his belt and clattered onto the dusty ground. The moment he was gone, the forest took a breath. A wave of vibrant green energy pulsed outward from Celebi, who was now stirring weakly in Kaya's arms. The oppressive silence was shattered by the chirp of a single cricket. Then another. Then 1,000. Color flooded back into the world. The skeletal trees began to bud with impossible speed. The gray dust became rich, dark soil once more. The air filled with the scent of life, of fresh chlorophyll and damp earth. The silent scream was gone, replaced by a gentle, harmonious hum. Ash sank to his knees, the adrenaline leaving him in a dizzying rush. The little ferret Pokémon zipped back down the now vanished crystal's path and nudged his hand, chittering happily. Pikachu leaped off his shoulder and gave the new Pokémon a celebratory nuzzle. The others gathered around Kaya, who was gently cradling the reviving Celebi. The mythical Pokémon's eyes fluttered open. It looked at the four of them, its gaze ancient and knowing. It didn't speak in words, but a feeling washed over all of them, a profound, overwhelming sense of gratitude. A brief, fractured vision flashed through their minds, a dark throne room, a figure cloaked in shadow, and a map of the world with other locations flaring red. Then, with a final, chiming cry that seemed to echo with the sound of rustling leaves and flowing water, Celebi glowed with a brilliant green light and vanished, zipping away into the currents of time. It was now free to travel. The clearing was quiet again, but this time it was a peaceful quiet. They had done it. They had won. But the victory felt fragile, and the air was thick with unspoken words. That night, they made camp. The forest, now vibrant and alive, provided plenty of dry wood. Kaya's Ursaluna helped clear a small space, and soon a crackling fire pushed back the deep shadows of the Viridian maze. They sat around the flames, a tangible distance between each of them. Their Pokémon were out, resting. Kaya was tending to a large bruise on her Ursaluna's side. Lyra was hunched over the data chip they'd recovered, her alakazam projecting a holographic interface she was furiously working on. Ash was sharing a piece of an energy bar with Pikachu and his new friend, which he'd decided to call Zippermine for its lightning-fast, energetic nature. Seraphina was the one who finally broke the silence. She stood apart from the fire, staring into the darkness, her arms crossed. "We were sloppy," she said, her voice tight with controlled anger. "We were disorganized, undisciplined, and we nearly failed." She turned, and her sharp eyes fell on Kaya. "Your reckless charge at the start could have detonated the siphon and killed us all. You completely disregarded a direct warning about the instability of the device." "My reckless charge was to save a dying god while you were trying to draw a diagram," Kaya shot back, not looking up from her work. "The forest was in agony. Your plan was to stand there and let it die slowly. My plan was to ensure we didn't make the situation catastrophically worse." Seraphina's voice rose. "Something you seem incapable of comprehending. You operate on raw emotion, and it is a liability. And you operate like a machine with no heart. You saw a tactical problem. I saw a living being in a cage. If you two had managed to restrain yourselves for a single minute," Lyra cut in, her voice dripping with academic condescension, her eyes never leaving the data stream, "I could have found the siphon's resonance frequency. I could have instructed Alakazam to emit a counter-frequency, disabling the device without a single physical blow being struck. It would have been elegant, precise, and safe. But I was a little busy trying not to get crushed by a charging bear or decapitated by stray psychic blades." The accusations hung in the air, sharp and poisonous. They were all right, and they were all wrong. Their individual methods had failed. Their lack of cohesion had been their biggest weakness. Ash listened, a weary sigh escaping his lips. He tossed the last piece of his energy bar to Zippermine, who caught it with a happy squeak. "She's right," he said quietly. 3 pairs of angry eyes turned to him. "Which one of us?" Lyra asked, her tone sharp. "All of you," Ash said, looking at each of them in turn. He stood up, brushing the dirt from his jeans. "You're right, Seraphina. We were sloppy. We didn't have a unified plan. And you're right, Kaya. We were wasting time while something was suffering. And you," he looked at Lyra, "are probably right that there was a smarter way to do it. We were all trying to win the fight our own way, and we were losing. Badly." He walked closer to the fire, the flickering light playing across his determined face. "That chronomancer, he knew how we'd act. He predicted your tactics, Seraphina. He knew you'd use power, Kaya. And he had a shield for your kind of approach, Lyra. He was ready for all of you. He had us figured out before the fight even started." A tense silence fell over the camp. He was right. The chronomancer had dismantled them with chilling efficiency. "So what's your point, Ketchum?" Seraphina challenged, though her voice had lost some of its edge. "That your chaotic last-ditch effort is the superior strategy?" "No," Ash said, shaking his head. "My point is that the only thing he couldn't predict was us actually working together. My plan only worked because Lyra knew how to break the crystal. And it only worked because you and Gallade and Alakazam created that light show, that illogical distraction he wasn't ready for. And it only worked because Kaya and Ursaluna were there to catch Celebi when it fell. I didn't win that fight. Zippermine didn't win that fight. We did. In the last 30 seconds, when we finally stopped fighting each other." He looked at Seraphina, his gaze direct. "You called my methods random chance. But you're the one who saw he was directional. You gave me the opening. I just jumped through it." Seraphina stared at him, her expression unreadable. She opened her mouth to deliver a sharp retort, to point out the dozen things that could have gone wrong with his reckless plan. But she stopped. She replayed the battle in her mind, not as a series of failures, but as a data stream. The Chronomancer's combat patterns. Her initial, ineffective strategies. Kaya's disruptive power. Lyra's interrupted analysis. And then Ash's intervention. The introduction of a new, wild variable, the small Pokémon. The sensory overload distraction. The final, desperate, coordinated strike. Her analytical mind, which processed victory and defeat with equal detachment, arrived at an undeniable conclusion. She lowered her gaze to her wrist cuff, pretending to examine a diagnostic. My predictive models for the Chronomancer's combat patterns were 98.7% accurate based on his initial movements, she said, her voice quiet and detached, speaking more to her device than to him. The only significant deviation from the projected outcome occurred after your intervention. Your vector of attack, it was illogical. It introduced variables my models had discarded as statistically improbable. She looked up, and for the first time, her sharp, silver eyes held not disdain, but a flicker of something else. A grudging, analytical respect. Therefore, Serafina concluded, as if stating a simple, factual observation, it was effective. The admission, clinical as it was a tectonic shift. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't praise. It was a concession. A brilliant strategist acknowledging that her perfect models had failed to account for the one thing Ash Ketchum brought to every battle, the power of the beautifully, effectively illogical. Kaya grunted, a sound that could have been agreement. Lyra, for her part, actually looked up from the data chip, her brow furrowed. In thought. The hostility in the camp hadn't vanished, but it had changed. The solid walls of animosity now had a small crack in them. Ash gave a small nod, accepting her words for the olive branch they were. He sat back down by the fire, Zippermine immediately curling up in his lap next to Pikachu. The long, hard road ahead suddenly seemed a fraction of an inch less lonely. Chapter 3, The Clockwork City of Kronos. The transport jet that picked them up from the revived Viridian maze was identical to the one that had dropped them off, another sterile metal box piloted by silent agents. The transition from the vibrant, breathing forest to the cold, recycled air of the cabin was jarring. Kaya immediately retreated to the far corner of the cargo bay, her arms wrapped around herself as if trying to preserve the feeling of living earth on her skin. Her Ursaluna's poke ball was held tight in her hand, a grounding totem in a world of polished steel. Serafina, by contrast, seemed to expand in the artificial environment. She was already on her feet, directing the placement of their gear with sharp, efficient gestures, her previous frustration replaced by a focused intensity. The forest had been an unpredictable mess, this was a controlled space, and she understood control. Ash sat on a bench, Zippermine asleep in his lap, a tiny motor of contented buzzing. Pikachu sat on his shoulder, watching Lyra, who was the center of everyone's attention. She hadn't moved from her spot on the floor, the recovered data chip slotted into her holographic projector. A shimmering, three-dimensional web of data floated in the air before her, lines of code, corporate logos, and temporal energy graphs swirling in a complex dance. Her fingers flew across an ethereal keyboard, her eyes darting back and forth, deciphering a language no one else could read. Got it, Lyra announced, the words sharp with triumph. The holographic display solidified, showing the logo of a massive corporation, a stylized golden clock face with a lightning bolt for one of the hands. The KTC. Kronos Temporal Corporation. Kronos? Ash asked, scratching Zippermine behind the ears. Not a region, a city-state, Lyra explained, her academic excitement overriding her usual standoffishness. A completely self-sufficient metropolis built in the heart of the Galar mainland's most desolate mountain range. Its existence is an architectural and economic marvel. They aren't a marvel, they're a parasite, Serafina corrected coolly, walking over to examine the data. My family's holdings have dealings with them. The KTC built Kronos by tapping into a stable, naturally occurring temporal rift. They don't just study time, they mine it. They siphon raw temporal energy, refine it, and use it to power the entire city. It's clean, limitless, and monumentally dangerous. Lyra nodded, impressed despite herself. She's right. The Chronomancer's signature is all over their internal servers. He wasn't just some field agent, he was one of their lead researchers. The Null Order isn't just targeting legendaries. They're embedded in the very infrastructure that studies them. She manipulated the hologram, zooming in on a blueprint of a colossal reactor core at the city's center. This is their plan. The Chronos siphon we destroyed was a prototype. They were refining the technology. Their goal here is to reverse the flow of the city's main temporal reactor. Instead of drawing power from the rift, they're going to pump the paradoxical energy generated by the siphon into it. With what result? Ash asked, the knot of unease returning to his stomach. The rift destabilizes, Seraphina answered, her voice grim. It creates a localized temporal cataclysm. The entire city of Chronos, and the historical significance of its technological contributions over the last 50 years, would be erased from the timeline in a single, clean implosion. A neat, tidy genocide. The silence in the cabin was heavy. The sheer scale of the Null Order's ambition was chilling. They weren't just fanatics, they were engineers of oblivion. We have to stop them, Ash said. It wasn't a question. Their corporate headquarters is a fortress, Seraphina said, already switching to her tactical mindset. Biometric scanners, automated Pokémon defenses, elite security teams. The reactor core itself is in the sub-basement, accessible only by the highest-level executives. We can't just walk in. Maybe we don't walk, Kaya spoke for the first time, her voice a low rumble. Maybe we break the door down. A frontal assault would be suicide, Seraphina countered without looking at her. They would lock down the reactor and trigger the overload before we got past the lobby. We need surgical access. We need a key. Her fingers flew across her own wrist cuff, interfacing with Lyra's hologram. She cross-referenced corporate bylaws, public schedules, and security protocols. For a few minutes, the only sound was the soft hum of the jet and the clicking of virtual keys. There, Seraphina said, a note of grim satisfaction in her voice. The hologram changed, displaying a flashing advertisement for a glamorous, high-stakes event. The Chronos Grand Invitational. A biannual Pokémon tournament sponsored by the KTC. It's their biggest public relations event. The entire city shuts down for it. A tournament? Ash said, a familiar spark igniting in his chest. Not just a tournament, Seraphina corrected. Look at the grand prize. She highlighted a line of text. Besides the prize money, the victor is granted the key to the city. It's largely ceremonial, of course. But, she zoomed in on the fine print, it includes a level alpha security clearance for 48 hours. Full, unrestricted access to any part of the KTC headquarters. Including the reactor core. She looked up, her silver eyes glinting with absolute confidence. The tournament is in 3 days. I will enter. I will win. And I will acquire the key. It's the only logical path to victory. It was a perfect Seraphina plan. Clean, elegant, and leveraging an existing system to her advantage. She would dismantle the competition with the same clinical precision she applied to everything else. Ash looked at the advertisement. He saw the roaring crowd, the flashing lights, the promise of a battle on a grand stage. But he also saw the flaw. It was a clean plan for a messy world. I'm entering too, he said. Seraphina stared at him, her carefully constructed composure cracking. What? Why? It would be redundant. My victory is a statistical probability. My Gallade is perfectly suited for the controlled format of stadium battles. Your presence would be an unnecessary complication. Your plan is good, Ash conceded, standing up. But it's only got one way to win. What if you face a trainer you can't predict? What if one of the Null Order agents is in the tournament and cheats? What if you just lose? We can't put the fate of a whole city on one what if. We need 2 chances, not 1. He gave her a small, challenging smile. Besides, what's the matter? Afraid of a little competition? The barb hit its mark. Serafina's eyes narrowed. This wasn't just a disagreement over tactics anymore. It was a direct challenge to her core identity. He was questioning her claim to perfection. Fine, she said, her voice like ice. Enter. It will make my inevitable victory all the more illustrative. But stay out of my way. She turned and strode to the front of the cabin, leaving him standing in the flickering light of the hologram. Lyra looked from Ash to Serafina's retreating back, a thoughtful frown on her face. Kaya just shook her head, as if they were 2 wolves fighting over a scrap while the hunters closed in. The team had a plan. Or rather, they had 2 competing plans, and a collision course was now set. Kronos was a city stolen from a dream of the future. Gleaming chromanglass towers pierced the sky, connected by transparent sky bridges where silent, floating vehicles zipped along lanes of pure light. Holographic advertisements the size of buildings shimmered in the air, showcasing everything from luxury goods to the KTC's latest advancements in temporal technology. The air was clean, climate-controlled, and carried the faint, electric hum of a billion unseen machines working in perfect harmony. There were no birds, only sleek surveillance drones that flitted from perch to perch. For Serafina, it was like coming home. The city's logic, its order, its sheer, unapologetic efficiency, resonated with her soul. She moved through the crowds on the moving pedestrian walkways with a grace and confidence she had lacked in the wild. For Kaya, it was a nightmare. She walked on the solid ground beside the moving walkways, her boots making her one of the few people whose footsteps made a sound. She flinched at the flashing lights, her eyes narrowed against the artificial sun that hung in the dome of the city's sky. Cages, she muttered, looking at the people in their floating cars. They're all in cages. Ash was somewhere in the middle, impressed by the spectacle but not seduced by it. He kept a hand near Pikachu's pokeball, feeling the nervous energy of his partner even through the device. The city was amazing, but like the forest, it felt wrong, just in a different way. There was no life here, only function. They secured rooms in a sleek, minimalist hotel. Lyra immediately turned her room into a command center, her holograms and data streams filling the space as she began a deep dive into the KTC's encrypted files, hunting for the Null Order's agents within the corporate structure. Kaya refused to stay inside, opting to find one of the city's sterile, rooftop parks, a patch of perfectly manicured grass and a few genetically engineered trees, to meditate with her Pokémon. That left Ash and Serafina. They registered for the tournament at the Grand Invitational Stadium, a colossal sphere of polished obsidian and glowing circuits. They were given their entry numbers and schedules in cold, impersonal silence. I have analyzed the records of the top 50 registered trainers, Serafina said as they walked back, her tone all business. I have developed primary, secondary, and tertiary strategies for each potential opponent. I suggest you do the same, if that is within your capabilities. Nah, Ash said, stretching his arms behind his head. I find it's better to just meet them and see what they can do. More fun that way. Serafina stopped, turning to face him. This isn't fun, Ketchum. This is a mission. Your cavalier attitude is going to be your downfall. My cavalier attitude is what got us this far, he countered, his easygoing demeanor hardening slightly. You see trainers as data points. I see them as people. That's why you'll lose. We shall see, she said, her voice dangerously quiet. And with that, she turned and walked away, her path straight and unwavering, a perfect line through the chaotic flow of the crowd. The tournament was a blur of light and sound. The battles took place on 4 separate floating platforms within the massive stadium, the crowd's attention shifting from one electrifying match to the next. The commentary was slick and professional, focusing on stats, win-loss ratios, and the market value of the Pokémon involved. Seraphina was magnificent. She was a conductor orchestrating a symphony of destruction. Her Gallade moved with inhuman grace, each psycho cut, each leaf blade, each close combat executed with mathematical precision. She didn't just defeat her opponents, she dismantled them, exploiting their weaknesses, controlling the battlefield, and forcing them into unwinnable situations. Her matches were short, clean, and utterly dominant. Ash, on the other hand, was a force of nature. His matches were loud, messy, and spectacular. He used Dracovish's absurdly powerful Fishious Ren to shatter defensive lines. He had Jengar phase in and out of reality, using Will-O-Wisp and Hex to turn the tide. He leaned into the sheer, joyful chaos of battle, his Pokémon feeding off his energy, pulling off moves that made the commentator stutter in disbelief. He won through raw power, unbreakable spirit, and strategies so bizarre they defied analysis. They both tore through the brackets on opposite sides, two champions on a collision course. The city was buzzing about the two mysterious, unregistered powerhouses. The Tactician and the Typhoon. Finally, the inevitable arrived. The semi-final match. Winner moves on to face the reigning Chronos champion. Ash Ketchum vs Seraphina Varon. They stood on the main platform, the sole focus of the entire stadium. The roar of the crowd was a physical presence. Lyra and Kaya were in the stands, watching with expressions of grim neutrality. "I hope you're prepared, Ketchum," Seraphina said, her voice calm and amplified by the stadium speakers. "I have recorded and analyzed every move you've made in this tournament. Every unpredictable strategy is simply a new data point. Your chaos has been quantified." Ash just grinned. "That's great. Means this is gonna be a good one. Pikachu, I choose you." Pikachu shot onto the field, cheeks sparking, a look of fierce determination on his face. "Predictable," Seraphina murmured. "Gallade, stand by for battle." Her Gallade materialized, taking a calm, centered stance. The bell rang, and the battle began. Gallade, false swipe. It was a strange opening move, a weak attack designed to leave an opponent with 1 HP. But it was fast. Gallade blurred across the field. Pikachu, dodge it with quick attack. Pikachu shot forward, a yellow zip of motion. But as he dodged, Gallade's blade changed its arc mid-swing, not aiming for him, but for the floor right in front of him. The blade carved a shallow, glowing line in the metallic surface. "Now, Psycho Cut," Seraphina commanded. Gallade fired a blade of psychic energy, not at Pikachu, but at the line it had just carved. The energy hit the groove and, instead of dissipating, it raced along the carved channel like a current, turning the line into a wall of psychic energy that boxed Pikachu in. "She's controlling the terrain," Ash muttered. He'd been outmaneuvered in the first 3 seconds. "Your reliance on speed is your greatest weakness," Seraphina's voice echoed. "You have nowhere to run." Gallade, Leaf Blade. Gallade's arms glowed green as it closed in on the trapped Pikachu. "The ground, Pikachu. Electroeb on the ground." Ash yelled. Pikachu fired the sticky net not at Gallade, but all over the floor of his psychic prison. Gallade, committed to its attack, had no choice but to step on it. The web shocked it, causing it to flinch for a vital microsecond. "Now. Iron Tail, break the wall." Pikachu's tail glowed and he spun, shattering the psychic barrier with a powerful slam. He was free, but Gallade had already recovered. The battle raged. It was a breathtaking display of two opposing philosophies. Every time Ash tried to use overwhelming power, Seraphina would redirect it. Every time he tried to use speed, she would corner him. She had an answer for everything. She used Gallade's abilities in ways Ash had never seen, using telekinesis to subtly alter the trajectory of Pikachu's thunderbolts, using feint to strike from impossible angles. She was treating Pikachu not as an opponent, but as a physics problem to be solved. Pikachu was taking a beating. He was breathing heavily, covered in scrapes. "He's exhausted, Ketchum," Seraphina stated, her voice devoid of triumph. It was a simple fact. Your Pokémon's stamina is finite. My strategy is not. Concede. Not a chance. Ash yelled back, his eyes burning. Pikachu, return. He recalled his partner, the red beam sparing him from another blow. She's right, buddy. We can't beat her at her own game. So we need to play a different one. He took another Pokeball from his belt. Lucario, I choose you. Lucario appeared on the field, its red eyes immediately locking onto Gallade. It settled into a low crouch, its aura appendages twitching. A change in type matchup, Seraphina noted. A logical choice, but a futile one. Gallade, close combat. Lucario, extreme speed. The two Pokémon became blurs, meeting in the center of the stadium with a clash that shook the platform. Steel type against fighting type, aura against psychic power. It was no longer a battle of redirection, it was a head-on collision. But Seraphina was still in control. He will try to use aura to predict your moves, she said to Gallade through their mental link. Do not commit. Use feints. Create false positives in his sensory data. The battle became a high-speed dance of deception. Gallade would start a Psycho Cut, only to pivot into a Leaf Blade. It would charge for a close combat, only to stop short and fire a Psychic Blast. Lucario, who relied on sensing intent, was being overwhelmed with false signals. It was taking hits, unable to land a clean blow. It's over, Seraphina said, seeing her opening. Her planning, her data, her strategy, it had all led to this moment. The perfect checkmate. Gallade. Feint with Leaf Blade, then commit to a full power close combat on its left flank. It was a brilliant command. She was telling Lucario exactly what she was going to do, knowing its hypersensitive aura would pick up the intent of the feint, causing it to dodge the wrong way, leaving it completely exposed for the real attack. It was a trap for the mind as much as the body. Lucario tensed, its aura flaring as it sensed the wave of intent from Gallade. It prepared to dodge right, away from the feint. But then, Ash closed his eyes. He didn't shout a command. He didn't analyze the field. He reached out with his own aura, the bond between him and his Pokémon that had been forged in 100 battles. He didn't send a strategy. He sent a feeling. Trust me. Lucario's panicked senses suddenly went calm. It stopped trying to read Gallade. It stopped trying to outthink Seraphina. It just listened. To Ash. Gallade lunged forward, its left arm glowing green for the Leaf Blade feint, its body already coiling to unleash the decisive close combat on Lucario's left side. At the very last second, Ash's eyes snapped open. Don't dodge. Steel Beam. Straight ahead. It was an insane command. Steel Beam was a powerful but slow-to-charge attack that dealt massive recoil damage. And he was telling Lucario to use it when a close combat was about to hit point blank. Seraphina's eyes widened in horror. She hadn't accounted for this. It wasn't a logical move. It was mutual destruction. But Lucario didn't hesitate. Trusting Ash completely, it ignored the incoming feint and the real attack. Instead of dodging, it braced itself and focused all its energy. A sphere of molten, silvery light formed between its paws. Gallade, committed to its attack, couldn't stop. Its feint passed harmlessly over Lucario's shoulder. It brought its full power to bear for the close combat. And it ran directly into a point-blank steel beam. The explosion was blinding. A colossal pillar of silver light erupted from the point of impact, engulfing both Pokémon. The entire stadium went silent, the crowd on its feet, staring in disbelief. When the light faded, Gallade was unconscious on the platform, its body covered in scorch marks. Lucario was still standing, but only just. It was swaying, heavily damaged from both the close combat it had partially absorbed and a devastating recoil from its own attack. But it was standing. The referee's arm dropped. Gallade is unable to battle. The winner, and new tournament finalist, is Ash Ketchum. Silence. Then, an explosion of sound unlike any other. The crowd, which had respected Serafina's clean victories, roared with adoration for Ash's heart-stopping, impossible win. Serafina stood frozen, her mind unable to process what had happened. Her perfect plan. Her flawless data. Her unassailable logic. It had all been shattered by one move. One move that made no sense. One move that relied not on strategy, but on absolute, insane trust. Ash recalled the battered Lucario, whispering his thanks. He then walked across the field to the finalists' platform, but stopped in front of Serafina. She wouldn't meet his eyes. "That was one of the best battles I've ever had," he said, his voice sincere and full of respect. "You're amazing, Serafina." She finally looked up at him, her expression a maelstrom of confusion, fury, and a terrifying, new emotion, doubt. She didn't say a word. An official hurried onto the platform, handing Ash a heavy, ornate golden card. The key to the city. But there was no time to celebrate. Lyra's voice crackled through their hidden comms device. "Ash. I've broken their encryption. The CEO, a man named Valerius, he's not in his office. He's heading for the reactor control room. The tournament, it was just a distraction to keep the city's attention away from him. He's initiating the overload now." The moment was shattered. Ash's head snapped up. He looked at Serafina. The rivalry, the victory, the loss, it all evaporated, replaced by the grim reality of their mission. "Let's go," he said. She just nodded, her jaw tight. For the first time, she followed his lead without question. They raced through the stadium's private corridors, Ash swiping the golden key card to open doors that had been sealed seconds before. Kaya and Lyra joined them, falling into step. They burst into the reactor control room to find a scene of quiet chaos. A tall, impeccably dressed man with cold, fanatical eyes, Valerius, stood at a central console. Two chronomancers flanked him. The giant reactor core, visible through a reinforced window, was glowing an angry, unstable red. "Too late, Monarch," Valerius sneered, not looking away from his console. "In 5 minutes, this monument to hubris will be a memory. Or rather, it won't even be that." There was no time for a protracted battle. But this time, something was different. "Ash." Serafina's voice was sharp, back in her element, but changed. "Your Pokémon are exhausted from the final. Let me take point. Lucario's aura can sense their temporal shifts before they happen. Use it for defense. Kaya, your Ursaluna is a tank. Flank left, pure disruption. Lyra, their tech runs on the city's network. Can you sever their connection to it?" It was her strategy. But it wasn't the rigid, perfect plan from before. It was fluid, adaptive. It incorporated Kaya's chaos. It utilized Lyra's unique skills. And it trusted Ash's bond with Lucario not as an attack weapon, but as a defensive linchpin. It was a hybrid, born of her loss. "Got it!" Ash yelled, a grin spreading across his face. What followed was not a battle. It was an execution. Lyra's Alakazam disabled the Chronomancer's tech with a targeted psychic pulse guided by her hacking. Kaya's Ursaluna, no longer hindered by time lags, charged in like an avalanche, scattering the agents. And Ash's Lucario, guided by Serafina's commands, moved in perfect sync with Ash, creating a defensive wall of aura that deflected every desperate shot from Valerius. Serafina herself, with a recovered Gallade, moved like a phantom, disarming Valerius and slamming her hand down on the emergency shutdown button on the console. The red alert klaxons died. The reactor's angry glow faded back to a stable, blue hum. It was over in less than a minute. Later, they stood on the observation deck of the KTC tower, looking out over the glittering, saved city. The authorities had taken Valerius and his agents into custody. The world below was unaware of how close it had come to oblivion. The air between Ash and Serafina was thick with unspoken thoughts. "My strategy in the tournament was flawless," she said finally, her voice quiet, her gaze fixed on the cityscape. "Every variable was accounted for. Every probability was calculated. There was no scenario in which I could lose." "And yet you did," Ash said softly, not gloating. "Yes," she admitted. She turned to look at him, and her silver eyes were clear, holding a new, complex light. "Because I failed to account for a variable that cannot be quantified. The trust you place in your Pokémon. And the trust they place in you. You commanded Lucario to commit an act of strategic suicide, and it obeyed without hesitation because it believed in you more than it believed in its own survival. That is a power my logic cannot model." She looked away, back at the city. "Your methods are unorthodox. Chaotic. Inefficient." She paused, and Ash could almost see the gears turning in her brilliant mind, recalibrating her entire worldview. "But," she concluded, her voice barely a whisper, "they are not without merit." It was the closest she could come to an apology, and the most honest concession she had ever made. The rivalry was still there, a sharp and glittering edge between them. But now, it was mingled with something else. A grudging respect. A reluctant fascination. And the terrifying, thrilling possibility that her perfect, ordered world had just been cracked open by a boy who didn't believe in rules. Chapter 4, The Ancestors Echo. The air in Kaya's homeland hit differently. It was a living thing, thick with the spray of salt from a turbulent sea and the clean, sharp scent of rain-soaked stone. The archipelago known as the Verdant Teeth was a string of jagged, volcanic islands clawing their way out of a perpetually churning ocean, their peaks shrouded in a constant, brooding mist. There were no spaceports, no landing strips. The stealth jet had hovered over a churning patch of dark water, and they had descended by winch onto the slippery black rocks of the largest island, the sounds of the engine swallowed instantly by the roar of wind and waves. In Kronos, Kaya had been a caged animal, her movements stiff, her eyes guarded. Here, she was transformed. The moment her bare feet touched the volcanic rock, she'd kicked off her boots the second she was on the winch, her entire posture changed. She was home. Her senses seemed to expand, her green eyes scanning the mists not with apprehension, but with familiarity. She moved over the treacherous, rain-slicked terrain with the sure-footed grace of a wild Pokémon, a stark contrast to the careful, measured steps of the others. But the confidence in her movements was betrayed by the deep, troubled line of her brow. This wasn't a happy homecoming. "This is wrong," she said, her voice a low growl that was nearly lost in the wind. She knelt, pressing her hand against the mossy ground, just as she had in the Viridian maze. But this time, her reaction was more violent. She recoiled as if burned, a sharp hiss escaping her lips. "It's not just silent. It's feverish." Ash knew what she meant. The island felt sick. The very ground seemed to thrum with a frantic, painful energy. It was a world away from the dead silence of the forest, this place was screaming in a pained, frenzied delirium. Their purpose here was grim. Lyra's analysis of the Kronos data had revealed the Null Order's next target, not a single legendary, but a place, the primordial spawning grounds of this archipelago, a place of immense life force that acted as a stabilizing anchor for countless ecological systems across the globe. The Null Order wasn't using a siphon this time. The data spoke of a temporal blight, a viral paradox designed to corrupt, not contain. They saw the first sign of it moments later. A Gyarados, its massive serpentine body a terrifying spectacle, burst from the churning waves. But its rage was wrong. It wasn't the majestic fury of a territorial beast. Its movements were jerky, unnatural. It writhed in the air, slamming its own body against the sharp, volcanic cliffs with thunderous impact, letting out cries that weren't roars of power, but shrieks of unbearable agony. A faint, shimmering haze, like heat rising from asphalt, distorted the air around it, a visible aura of pure wrongness. Behavioral analysis, self-destructive, Serafina stated, her wrist cuff already scanning the creature. It's attacking indiscriminately, primarily itself. The energy signature is chaotic, a feedback loop of pain and aggression. It's a mimetic contagion, Lyra murmured, her eyes wide with a horrified fascination. The blight rewrites the victim's instincts on a fundamental level, turning its own life force into a weapon against itself. It's designed to force a biological system to tear itself apart. Ash just stared, his fists clenched, his heart aching for the creature. It's trapped inside its own body, he said, his voice raw. It can't control itself. Kaya's expression had become a mask of stone, her eyes holding a deep, ancient sorrow. The fever has taken it, she said. There is no cure for this. There is only the cleansing. Before anyone could ask what she meant, she acted. Her hand went to her belt, and with a flash of red light, a Pokémon of breathtaking speed and ferocity emerged. It was a bird, larger than a Pidgeot, with wings that seemed forged from obsidian and a sharp, cruel-looking beak. It was a native of this island, a creature of wind and fury. Skyscythe, bring it peace, Kaya commanded, her voice cold and absolute. The bird let out a piercing shriek and rocketed toward the tormented Gyarados. It didn't use a flashy energy attack. It simply became a black arrow, its wings glowing with the steely light of a steel wing attack. It moved with lethal precision, bypassing the Gyarados' flailing and striking it once, cleanly, at the base of its neck. The Gyarados' agonized cries stopped. Its thrashing ceased. For a moment, it hung in the air, and then it crashed back into the waves, vanishing into the churning foam. It was over. Ash stared, horrified. Kaya. What did you do? I ended its suffering, she said, her gaze unwavering as she recalled her Skyscythe. That is the law of this land. When the fever takes hold, you grant the mercy of a quick end, before the sickness can spread. Mercy? You killed it. Ash strode toward her, his anger flaring hot. It was in pain. It needed help. It was a vessel for a plague, Kaya shot back, turning to face him, her eyes blazing with a conviction as hard as the island's rock. You coddle your Pokémon, Ash. You see them as friends, as pets. You don't understand the reality of the wild. Here, we are not friends with the storm, we respect its power. We are not friends with the fire, we understand it must burn. This blight, it is a fire. And the only way to stop a fire is to starve it of fuel. Pokémon aren't fuel, he countered, stepping closer, their argument a pocket of intense heat in the cold, misty air. There's always a way. We could have tried to restrain it, to find the source of the blight, to what? She interrupted, her voice laced with the frustration of someone explaining a fundamental truth to a child who refuses to see it. Sing it a lullaby. Your sentimentality is a weakness here. In Chronos, you fought for a city of glass and steel. Here, you are fighting for the soul of the world itself, and the soul must sometimes be cauterized to be saved. The blight's epicenter is the ancestor. The Alpha. It has taken root in it, and now it broadcasts its pain across the entire archipelago. The Gyarados was just the first echo. Soon, they will all be screaming. The ancestor? Lyra asked, stepping forward cautiously. The heart of the islands, Kaya explained, her gaze distant. The first. The oldest. An Archtorterra, so ancient it is no longer a Pokémon, but a living island. The ecosystem on its back is the seed from which all life in the verdant teeth grew. And it is now the source of the plague. Her eyes came back to Ash, hard and resolute. My duty, as someone born of this land, is to protect it. I will guide the ancestor to peace. I will help it self-destruct, taking the blight with it. It will be a mercy. The words hung in the air, monstrous in their quiet certainty. A mercy killing. On a scale that was almost unimaginable. No, Ash said, the word a blade of ice. Absolutely not. I will not let you kill it. A new line was drawn. This wasn't about strategy or logic. It was about the fundamental nature of their relationship with the world. You cannot stop me, Kaya said, her voice low and dangerous. This is my home. My fight. You do not belong here. She turned and began to move, not running, but flowing over the landscape, disappearing into the mists that coiled down from the island's volcanic peak. Kaya, wait! Ash yelled, but she was gone. He made to follow, but Seraphina put a hand on his arm. Ash, stop. Think for a moment. Logically. He spun to face her, his eyes wild. Logically? Did you not just see what she did? She's going to kill that Torterra. Her methods are extreme, Seraphina conceded, her face a mask of calm analysis. But her reasoning is sound. If this blight is as infectious as Lyra suggests, and the Arch-Torterra is the primary broadcaster, then terminating the source is the most efficient way to contain the threat. It is a grim calculus, but it is a valid strategic option. It's not an option. It's a living being. Ash was aghast. He looked at Lyra, hoping for support. Lyra wrung her hands, her scholarly curiosity at war with her morals. From a historical perspective, a great cleansing is a recurring motif in creation myths when a world is unmade to be remade. Kaya is acting out an archetypal role, but to apply it so literally, the loss of a unique biological and temporal entity like an Arch-Torterra would be an incalculable tragedy. She was caught in the middle, able to see both sides but paralyzed by them. Ash pulled his arm free from Seraphina's grasp. I don't care about strategy or history. That Torterra is alive, and it's in pain, and we are going to save it. I'm going after her. He broke into a run, Pikachu and Zippermine at his heels, following the path Kaya had taken up the treacherous slopes of the volcano. He could hear Seraphina and Lyra calling his name, but he ignored them. The battle lines were no longer just against the Null Order. They were drawn right through the heart of their own team. The climb was brutal. The air grew thinner, thick with volcanic gas that stung the eyes and throat. The ground was unstable, a mix of sharp scree and slick, muddy ash. The feverish thrumming of the island grew stronger with every step, a nauseating bass note that vibrated in his bones. More corrupted Pokémon burst from the shadows, packs of frenzied Mytiana with foaming jaws, panicked Breloom scattering toxic spores blindly, a rampaging Aggron tearing at its own steel hide. Ash didn't have time to fight them all. He and Pikachu moved as one, using speed and agility to dodge and weave through the chaos. He didn't want to hurt them. They were victims. But they were slowing him down. He finally broke through a curtain of mist into a vast, bowl-shaped caldera near the volcano's summit. And his breath caught in his throat. The Arch-Torterra was larger than any Pokémon he had ever seen. It was the size of a hill, its shell a vast landscape of ancient trees, waterfalls, and crumbling stone ruins. Its head, as large as a cottage, was crusted with moss and rock, and its ancient, tree-like legs held its colossal weight. It should have been a sight of majestic tranquility. Instead, it was a vision of hell. The blight was visible on it, a writhing, oily shimmer that coated its entire body. The lush forest on its back was withering, the trees skeletal, the waterfalls running black. The creature was in constant, agonizing motion, stamping its colossal feet, causing tremors that shook the entire caldera. Its head swung wildly, and every few moments, a beam of pure, uncontrolled energy, a corrupted hyperbeam, would lance from its mouth, scorching black scars into the caldera walls. Its low, groaning roar was the sound of a mountain dying. On a rocky outcrop overlooking the terrible scene stood Kaya. Her arms were outstretched, her eyes closed, her body swaying as if in a trance. She was chanting in a low, ancient dialect, her voice weaving into the Torterra's roars of pain. Her Ursaluna and Skyscythe stood beside her, acting as silent, grim guardians. She wasn't attacking the Torterra. She was communing with it, guiding its agony, focusing its self-destructive energy. She was preparing it for the end. Kaya, stop! Ash screamed, skidding to a halt at the edge of the caldera. Her eyes snapped open, and they were filled with a fanatic's fire. You are too late, Ash Ketchum. The ancestor's spirit is broken. It wishes for release. I am just guiding its hand. As if to punctuate her words, the Arch-Torterra let out a final, soul-shattering roar, and the great tree at the center of its back began to glow with a terrifying, unstable energy. It was gathering power for a final, cataclysmic solar beam aimed at its own core. No! Ash yelled, and he charged forward. I told you, Kaya's voice was filled with a cold regret. You cannot stop this. She gave a sharp nod to her Pokémon. Do not let him interfere. This wasn't a league match. It was a raw, desperate fight on the edge of a dying world. Ursaluna met his charge with a headlong rush, a thunderous wall of fur and muscle. Surfetched, stand by for battle. Meteor assault. Ash roared, releasing his gallant partner. Surfetched appeared, its leek lance held high, and it met Ursaluna's charge with its own unstoppable attack. The two forces of nature collided with a boom that echoed across the caldera, locked in a brutal shoving match. Kaya's Skyscythe took to the air, diving at Ash with a piercing cry. Pikachu, Thunderbolt. Pikachu leaped from Ash's shoulder, unleashing a brilliant bolt of lightning that forced the obsidian bird to swerve. The battle devolved into a chaotic melee. Ash wasn't trying to defeat Kaya's Pokémon, he was just trying to get past them. He dodged a savage swipe from Ursaluna's claws, ducked under a steel wing from Skyscythe, his every sense on fire. He could feel the energy building in the Arch-Torterra, a death rattle on a continental scale. He was running out of time. You don't understand. Kaya screamed at him over the din of battle and the groan of the dying Torterra. This is sacrifice. This is how the wild survives. By cutting away its own rot. You're wrong. Ash yelled back, using Dracovish's surprising speed to intercept Ursaluna, buying Surfetched a second to recover. Survival isn't about what you cut away. It's about who you refuse to leave behind. He saw an opening. A split second where both of Kaya's Pokémon were occupied. He recalled his own exhausted partners and made a mad dash, not for Kaya, but for the Arch-Torterra itself. He was a tiny, insignificant figure sprinting toward a walking earthquake. A chunk of rock, dislodged by the Torterra's stamping, crashed down near him, showering him with debris. A wave of pure blighted energy washed over him, and a searing pain shot through his mind, a faint echo of the Torterra's agony. He staggered, but he didn't stop. Ash, no. He heard Seraphina's voice from the edge of the caldera. She and Lyra had arrived, and were staring in horror at his suicide run. He reached the Torterra's leg, a moving mountain of bark and stone. The energy crackling from the tree on its back was now blinding. He had seconds. Without hesitation, he began to climb. He found handholds in the rough bark, pulling himself up, ignoring the static shocks of blighted energy that jolted through him. He reached the rim of its shell, a landscape of death and decay. The psychic pressure was immense, a physical weight of despair and pain that threatened to crush his mind. He pushed through it. He ran across the dying land on the giant's back, toward the glowing, overloaded tree at its center. And then he did something no one could have predicted. He didn't send out a Pokémon. He didn't prepare an attack. He dropped to one knee, pressed his palm flat against the blighted ground of the Torterra's shell, closed his eyes, and reached out. Not with his hands. With his soul. He let his aura flow, not as a weapon, but as an offering. He didn't try to fight the blight. He didn't try to command the Torterra. He just opened himself up to its pain, accepting it, sharing it. The world exploded in his mind. He was deluged with 1 billion years of memory. The slow, patient growth from a sapling. The feeling of the sun. The first creatures making their home on its back. The slow, inexorable turning of ages. And then, the infection. A subtle wrongness, a whisper of temporal static that became a voice, then a scream. Confusion. Fear. And then an all-consuming, world-ending agony that had no source and no end. The desperate, primal urge to make it stop, even if it meant destroying itself. Ash grunted, his body seizing up. Blood trickled from his nose. The sheer scale of the Torterra's pain was more than a human mind was meant to bear. But he didn't pull back. He held on, pouring his own strength, his own spirit, his own unwavering belief that no one should have to suffer alone, into the maelstrom. He became a tiny, solid point of calm in the hurricane of its agony. A lighthouse in the storm. "I'm here," his aura whispered. "You're not alone. Let me help." On the caldera floor, everyone watched in stunned silence. The blinding light from the tree on the Torterra's back began to flicker. The creature's agonized roars softened, turning into low, confused rumbles. Its violent stamping slowed. The oily, shimmering blight that coated its body seemed to thin, drawn not away, but inward, toward the small figure kneeling on its back. Ash was becoming a lightning rod for the pain. His body trembled violently, his face pale and beaded with sweat, but his hand remained firmly planted. The great Torterra slowly, ponderously, turned its colossal head. Its ancient eyes, which had been glowing with a mad, red light, began to clear. The red faded, replaced by a deep, brown, earthy intelligence. It focused on the tiny human on its back who was taking its pain, sharing its burden. The storm in the sky, which had been raging in time with the Torterra's fury, began to break. A single, pure ray of sunlight pierced the clouds, illuminating the scene. With a final, deep groan, not of pain, but of immense, bone-deep weariness, the light from the tree on the Torterra's back faded completely. It lowered its head, its movements slow but now controlled. The blight receded from its eyes, from its skin, the fever broken. The silent, frenzied thrumming across the island ceased. Ash collapsed, his strength utterly spent, and slid bonelessly from the Torterra's shell, falling the 20 feet to the ground below. Kaya, who had stood frozen, watching the entire impossible event unfold, let out a sharp cry. Before anyone else could react, she was moving, her own wild grace returning. She caught Ash just before he hit the ground, cradling his unconscious form. His face was deathly pale, but he was breathing. She looked from his peaceful, exhausted face up to the great, ancient creature, which was now nudging him gently with a nose the size of a boulder, a low, grateful rumble echoing from its chest. She looked at Pikachu, who was frantically nudging his trainer's cheek. She saw not a master and a tool, but a family. Everything she thought she knew, every harsh law of survival she had lived by, shattered in that instant. She had been ready to perform a great and terrible sacrifice to save her home. But Ash had shown her a different way. He had performed a sacrifice not of death, but of empathy. He hadn't fought for dominance. He hadn't fought to control. He had fought to understand. Much later, as the now rosy light of dusk settled over the healing caldera, Kaya found Ash sitting by a small, crackling fire. He was leaning against a still weak but conscious Sirfetch'd, sharing a ration bar with Pikachu and Zippermine. The Arch Torterra was resting peacefully in the center of the caldera, its forest already showing faint hints of new green growth. Seraphina and Lyra were keeping their distance, giving them space. Kaya walked over and stood before him, her shadow falling over him in the firelight. He looked up, his expression tired but calm. She struggled for words, the iron certainty that had defined her now replaced by a humbling confusion. She looked at his Pokémon, huddled around him, offering and drawing comfort. "The fever is broken," she said, her voice quiet. The ancestor, it sings again. A quiet song, but it is there. Ash just nodded, taking a bite of his ration bar. She knelt down in front of him, meeting his gaze. Her own was stripped of its fire, leaving only a raw, vulnerable honesty. I was going to kill it, she whispered, the admission costing her dearly. I was so sure it was the only way. The only mercy. She looked at Pikachu, then back to Ash. All my life, I have seen the bond between trainers and their Pokémon as a cage. A leash. A form of dominance, no matter how kind the master. Her green eyes, now shimmering with unshed tears, held his. But you don't fight to control them. You fight for them. You bore its pain so it wouldn't have to bear it alone. She shook her head, a single tear tracing a path through the grime on her cheek. I misunderstood. The rivalry, the judgment, the cold disdain she had held for him, it all melted away in that one, fragile moment of confession. She hadn't just misunderstood his methods. She had misunderstood his heart. Ash offered her a small, weary smile, and in a gesture of profound acceptance, he broke off a piece of his ration bar and held it out to her. Chapter 5, The Sunken Vault of Luminous. The descent was like sinking into a dream. Above, the turbulent, slate-gray surface of the ocean and the mists of the verdant teeth had vanished, replaced by a darkening dome of blue. Below, there was only a deeper, more profound darkness, an abyss that promised nothing. Their only connection to the world of air and sun was the Sea Scribe, a state-of-the-art deep-sea submersible provided by Agent Verity's shadowy organization. It was a sphere of reinforced plasteel and thick, curved glass, its powerful exterior lights cutting cones of white into the crushing blackness of the deep. Inside, the atmosphere was hushed, the only sounds the soft hum of the life support systems and the rhythmic pinging of the sonar. Kaya sat cross-legged on the floor, her eyes closed, seemingly at peace in the crushing depths, a stark contrast to her claustrophobia in the metal city of Kronos. The pressure and darkness here felt natural, primal. Seraphina was monitoring the sub-systems, her expression one of focused professionalism, treating the vessel like another Pokémon whose stats and performance she needed to master. Ash stood at the main viewport, staring out into the void, Pikachu on his shoulder, both of them mesmerized by the strange, bioluminescent creatures that drifted past like stray thoughts in a vast, dark mind. But this environment, this mission, belonged to Lyra. She was in her element, a scholar turned deep-sea explorer. A holographic chart of the ocean floor floated before her, glowing with an ethereal blue light. It was a map she had constructed from fragmented historical data recovered from the Null Orders network, mentions in water-damaged scrolls from the Canalave Library, esoteric footnotes in studies of ancient Sinnoh ruins, and cryptic sea shanties that spoke of a fallen star that slept beneath the waves. The luminous vault, she announced, her voice resonating with the thrill of discovery. According to the legends I've managed to piece together, it's not a temple to a legendary Pokémon in the traditional sense. It was a repository. An observatory. Built by an ancient, seafaring civilization to study a tier in the world. Another rift? Seraphina asked, her gaze flicking from her control panel to Lyra's map. Not exactly, Lyra corrected, her fingers dancing across her holographic display, pulling up ancient star charts that looked alien to modern eyes. The ancients believed this was the point where a legendary Pokémon was unmade. Not killed, but deconstructed. Its essence scattered. They built the vault around the site to contain the residual energy and study the echoes it left behind. What kind of echoes? Ash asked, turning from the viewport, his curiosity piqued. Psychic ones. Emotional resonance trapped in the very rock and water. Historical data, imprinted on a quantum level, Lyra explained, her eyes shining. This vault could contain the true, unfiltered history of a legendary's fall. And the Null Order data points here. Malachi, the leader of the Null Order, he came here. Before he started his crusade. A new weight settled in the cabin. This wasn't just about stopping their next attack. This was about understanding their enemy's origin. "We are approaching the target coordinates," Serafina announced, her voice cutting through the moment. "Depth, 4,000 meters. External pressure is astronomical." The sonar pinging increased in frequency. On Lyra's chart, a massive structure began to resolve from the noise. The sub's powerful lights swung downward, and they all gasped. Below them, nestled in a vast trench, was a city. A sunken, silent metropolis of impossible architecture. Towers of a strange, iridescent material that seemed to drink the sub's light rose from the seafloor, their designs both elegant and alien. They were not ruins in the traditional sense, they were perfectly preserved, as if the entire city had been submerged in a single, peaceful moment. "By the first scroll," Lyra whispered, pressing her hands against the cold glass of the viewport. "It's real." "No signs of life," Serafina reported, her scanners sweeping the city. "No energy readings, either. The entire place is dormant. Taking us down." The sea scribe descended into the silent, underwater streets. It felt profoundly sacrilegious, their modern machine drifting through a place that had slept in darkness for millennia. Lyra directed them toward a massive, domed structure at the city's heart, the vault itself. The entrance was a colossal, circular stone door, covered in spiraling glyphs that glowed with a faint, internal light. "That's the lock," Lyra said. "It's a riddle. A historical chronogram." She projected the glyphs onto her display. They pulsed and shifted, a complex, multi-layered puzzle of dead languages and forgotten astronomical alignments. For anyone else, it would have been an unbreakable barrier. For Lyra, it was the most exciting challenge of her life. For nearly an hour, she worked, her brow furrowed in concentration. She muttered to herself, cross-referencing dead dialects, comparing the glyphs to tidal charts from 10,000 years ago, her alakazam out of its ball, its own psychic power aiding her, its spoons twitching as it helped her process the layers of meaning. "It's not just a password," she explained, thinking aloud. "It's a statement of philosophy. It asks, what is the shape of a memory? The answer has to be entered as a sequence of symbolic concepts, not words." Ash, Serafina, and Kaya could only watch, feeling like bystanders in a world they didn't understand. Serafina, 4. All her tactical genius, was stymied. There was no data to analyze, only meaning to interpret. Kaya simply watched the dark water outside, her face unreadable, as if listening to the whispers of the deep. "Got it," Lyra said finally, a triumphant smile lighting up her face. "The answer is a paradox. A circle, for it has no end, and a broken line, for it is incomplete. It's about how memory is both eternal and flawed." She input the sequence. The sub's external manipulators traced the complex patterns on the stone door. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a deep, grinding groan that vibrated through the water and into their very bones, the colossal door began to slide open, revealing an entrance as black as spilled ink. "She did it," Ash said, a note of genuine awe in his voice. He looked at Lyra with new respect. Her knowledge wasn't just trivia, it was a key, as real and as powerful as any Pokémon attack. Lyra flushed, unaccustomed to the praise. "It was just a matter of proper translation," she mumbled, trying to regain her scholarly composure. The sea scribe glided into the vault. The interior was a vast, spherical chamber. The walls were covered in the same glowing glyphs, and in the center of the chamber, a beam of soft, silvery light shone down from an unseen source in the dome's ceiling, illuminating a simple, unadorned stone pedestal. "There are no psychic echoes," Lyra said, her brow furrowed in confusion. Her sensors were reading nothing. "The vault is empty. It's been wiped." "Not empty," Kaya said, her voice a low whisper. She was pointing toward the edges of the chamber, where the darkness was deepest. As their eyes adjusted, they saw them. Hundreds of pairs of small, glowing blue lights, like stars in a night sky, were watching them from the shadows. They began to drift forward into the main chamber's light. They were Luminian. A massive colony of them, more than anyone had ever seen in one place. But they were wrong. Their beautiful, butterfly-like fins, normally a vibrant tapestry of blues and magentas, were a sickly, uniform gray. The light in their eyes was cold and vacant. And a faint, oily shimmer, the telltale sign of the Null Order's corruption, distorted the water around each of them. A corrupted colony, Seraphina said, her hand moving to her poke balls. They're guarding the place. The lead Luminian, larger than the others, its fins ragged and torn, drifted toward them. It opened its mouth, but no sound came out. Instead, a wave of pure, undiluted sorrow washed over the submersible, so powerful it made them all flinch. It was a feeling of profound loss, of a purpose stolen. They're not just guarding it, Ash said, sensing the emotion. They're mourning. Suddenly, the stone pedestal in the center of the room flared with a brilliant, white light. A figure began to form above it, not of solid matter, but of pure psychic energy. An echo. It was a young man, perhaps a few years older than Ash, with intense, burning eyes and a face that was etched with a faith so pure it was painful to look at. He wore the simple robes of an acolyte, and he was kneeling before the pedestal. Floating in the air before him was not a Pokemon, but a shattered, crystalline object that pulsed with a faint, dying light, the heart of a legendary, long since gone. Why, the psychic echo of the young man cried out, his voice a chorus of grief and confusion that resonated directly in their minds. I did everything you asked. I kept the faith. I honored the prophecies. The tidal wave was not in the scripture. It was not part of the plan. Why would you not let me save them? My family, my home, they prayed to you. A second voice answered, ancient, vast, and utterly dispassionate. It was the echo of the unmade legendary, speaking from beyond its own destruction. The natural order cannot be unwritten. What is, must be. What was, must be allowed to fade. Then what is the point of faith? The young man screamed, his belief shattering like glass. What is the point of a God who watches his children drown and calls it balance? He stood up, his face a mask of terrible, newfound clarity. The grief was burning away, replaced by a cold, hard rage that was terrifying in its intensity. This was the moment of his fall. This was the birth of Malachi. If the gods will not protect us, if they are bound by a natural order that allows for such pain, then they are not gods. They are relics. Chains. And they must be broken. Malachi raised a hand, and a dark, temporal energy, the first spark of the Null Order's power, began to coalesce around him. I will unwrite your precious order. I will free this world from the tyranny of capricious gods and flawed prophecies. I will give it back its truth, the beautiful, merciless, and honest chaos of a world with no masters. The psychic echo faded, leaving a stunned silence in its wake. The central light in the chamber dimmed, leaving only the cold, blue glow from the eyes of the corrupted Luminian. They had seen it. The source of Malachi's crusade. It wasn't a lust for power. It was a broken heart. He was a fallen hero, a true believer whose faith had been betrayed by the cruel indifference of the cosmos. In his grief, he had found a new, terrible purpose. The lead Luminian let out another silent wave of emotion, but this time, it wasn't just sorrow. It was rage. It saw them as intruders in this sacred place of mourning. The oily, corrupting haze around it intensified, and its vacant eyes glowed with a malevolent red light. The entire colony surged forward. They're attacking. Seraphina yelled. The battle was claustrophobic and disorienting. They were trapped in a metal sphere at the bottom of the ocean, besieged by 100 spectral fish whose very presence radiated psychic corruption. The Luminian weren't using physical attacks. They slammed against the sea scribe's hull, and with every impact, a wave of corrupting temporal energy pulsed through the metal, causing the lights to flicker and the systems to short out. Alarms blared through the cabin. Their energy is interfering with the sub's power core. Seraphina shouted over the noise, her hands flying over her console, trying to erect energy shields that sputtered and died. If they cause a rupture at this depth, we'll be crushed into paste before we can even drown. We can't fight them from in here. Ash said, his mind racing. We need to get outside. Are you insane? Seraphina shot back. The pressure would kill us instantly. Not us. Our Pokemon. Ash countered. He looked at Lyra. You brought us in. Can you get us out of this chamber? Lyra was pale, her hands trembling slightly, but her eyes were focused. The scholar had vanished, replaced by a field commander. The door mechanism is ancient. It won't respond to the sub-systems now that they're failing. But the glyphs, they respond to conceptual energy. What does that mean? Ash pressed. It means we need to show it the answer again, she exclaimed. Alakazam. Her Pokemon was at her side in an instant. Project the concept of eternity and incompleteness at the door. Alakazam's eyes glowed, and it fired a complex wave of psychic energy, not an attack, but a pure idea, at the sealed entrance. The glyphs on the giant stone door flickered. It wasn't enough. The Luminian's corrupting influence was interfering. I need more power. Lyra said desperately. A stronger, clearer signal. Another wave of corrupted Luminian slammed into the sub, and the main lights went out, plunging them into the terrifying red glow of the emergency lighting. We don't have more power. Seraphina yelled, wrestling with the dying controls. Yes, we do. Ash said. He turned to Kaya. Can your Pokemon handle the pressure out there? Kaya's eyes, which had been distant, snapped into sharp focus. A grim smile touched her lips. The deep does not frighten them. Good. Ash turned back to Lyra. The door is stone, right? What happens if we just break it? The backlash from shattering a millennia-old temporal lock could destabilize the entire vault. Lyra argued. The structural integrity, it's better than being crushed in a tin can. Ash retorted. He held up 2 Pokeballs. Dracovish. Surfetched. Let's go. He slammed the release buttons. The 2 Pokemon materialized outside the sub in a flash of red light. For a moment, they seemed disoriented by the immense pressure and the swirling chaos of the Luminian. But they were champions, and their bond with Ash was an anchor. Surfetched, on me. Dracovish, with Kaya's team. He was shouting commands, but also projecting them with his aura. Outside, Kaya released her own Pokemon. A colossal Wylord, its sheer size dwarfing the submersible, materialized, its baleful cry a deep, resonant bass note in the silent water. And beside it, a sleek, menacing Barraskewda, built for underwater speed. Kaya, Seraphina, buy us a window. Ash yelled. Lyra, get ready. The battle outside the viewport was a chaotic ballet of light and shadow. Kaya's Wylord used its immense bulk to sweep aside dozens of Luminian. Her Barraskewda became a living torpedo, its drill run punching through the corrupted school. Ash's Dracovish, a creature born of the ancient seas, was in its element, its powerful jaws clamping down with fishious wrens that hit with explosive force. But the Luminian were relentless, their corrupting touches slowly draining the Pokemon's strength. The plan, catch 'em. What is the plan? Seraphina demanded, as another jolt rocked the sub. Lyra's key won't turn because the lock is rusted with the Null Order's corruption, Ash explained, his eyes fixed on the battle. So we're going to break the rust off. Lyra, you and Alakazam get ready to send your signal. Surfetched. On the door. Meteor assault. Outside, Surfetched, who had been bravely fending off swarms of Luminian with its leak shield, heard the command. It braced itself, its lance glowing with an intense, star-like light. It charged, not at a Pokemon, but at the ancient stone door. It struck the door with the force of an asteroid. The impact didn't break the door, but a massive web of cracks flared across its surface, glowing with released energy. And a wave of corrupted, static-filled temporal energy blasted outward from the impact point, the rust flaking off the lock. "Now, Lyra!" Ash roared. Freed from the worst of the interference, Lyra and Alakazam acted as one. They poured all their focus, all their mental strength, into a single, pure psychic concept, a circle, for it has no end, and a broken line, for it is incomplete. The signal, powerful and clear, hit the damaged door. The glowing glyphs flared brilliantly, and with a deafening, final groan, the lock disengaged. The massive stone door swung open. "Recall! Everyone, recall!" Ash and Kaya yelled in unison. Their Pokémon, battered but victorious, vanished in flashes of red light. "Seraphina, get us out of here." "I'm trying," she shot back, slamming her fist on the console. "The power core is offline. We're dead in the water." The remaining Luminion, their rage renewed, began to swarm toward the crippled submersible. "Not yet," Ash said, his eyes wild. He looked at Pikachu. "Buddy, this is gonna be a crazy one. Think you can jumpstart a nuclear sub?" Pikachu's cheeks sparked, his expression one of fierce, unwavering loyalty. "Pikachu. The external power conduit is exposed from the last hit." Seraphina pointed at a schematic on her flickering screen. "There. On the dorsal side." Ash didn't hesitate. He hit the emergency hatch release. With a hiss of depressurizing air, a small airlock opened. "I'll be right back." "Ash, you can't." Lyra screamed, but he was already gone, Pikachu on his shoulder, diving into the frigid, black water of the open ocean. The pressure should have crushed him, but a shimmering bubble of psychic energy, projected from Lyra's Alakazam, enveloped him just in time. He swam, his movements clumsy in the water, toward the exposed conduit. The Luminion, sensing this new, vulnerable target, changed direction, swarming toward him. Now would be a good time, Pikachu. Pikachu needed no more encouragement. He leaped from Ash's shoulder, a tiny yellow beacon in the crushing dark. He pressed his paws against the exposed conduit terminals and unleashed the most powerful thunderbolt of his life. A universe of brilliant, yellow lightning erupted in the darkness, a sun being born at the bottom of the ocean. The energy surged into the sea scribe. Inside, the lights flickered, died, and then roared back to life, twice as bright as before. The engine hummed, then roared. "We have power!" Seraphina yelled, her hands flying over the now responsive controls. Thrusters at 200%. The sub lurched forward, rocketing out of the vault just as the swarm of Luminion converged on the spot where Ash had been. Seraphina executed a flawless high-speed turn, scooping the aura-shielded Ash and Pikachu out of the water with the sub's manipulator arm and pulling them back into the airlock. The outer hatch sealed just as the first of the Luminion slammed against it. They sped away from the sunken vault, leaving the tragic, silent city to its grief. Back in the main cabin, Ash collapsed onto the floor, soaked, shivering, but grinning. Pikachu shook himself dry, sending sparks everywhere. No one spoke for a long time. They had faced the ghost of their enemy and survived a battle that should have been their tomb. Lyra was the first to speak, her voice soft. She walked over to Ash, who was now wrapped in an emergency thermal blanket. "That was reckless, illogical, and fundamentally unsound on every conceivable level." Ash looked up at her, ready for the rebuke. But she was smiling. A genuine, unguarded smile that transformed her face. "It was also brilliant," she said. She knelt down beside him. "You trusted me. You trusted my knowledge could be a weapon. No one's ever done that before. They just see the books, not the blade inside. You're part of this team," Ash said simply, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. "I trust my team." His words, simple and direct, struck a chord deeper than any complex theory she'd ever studied. Her rivalry with him had been intellectual, she'd seen him as an uneducated brawler. But in the crushing dark, he had looked to her, not for an explanation, but for a solution. He had seen her as a hero. The memory of Malachi's fall, of a faith so completely shattered, hung in the air. They were fighting a man who had lost all trust in the world. And here, at the bottom of the ocean, they were learning just how powerful that very trust could be. Chapter 6, Interlude at the Indigo Plateau. The world knew something was wrong. They didn't know about the Null Order, temporal blights, or battles at the bottom of the sea, but the whispers had started. The World Coronation Series was on indefinite hold. The monarch, Ash Ketchum, had all but vanished from the public eye, his only recent appearance being a bizarre, unsanctioned victory at a corporate tournament in Kronos before disappearing again. Strange energy readings were being reported from remote locations. Unexplained seismic activity was occurring in regions with no history of it. The internet was a breeding ground for 1,000 wild conspiracy theories. To quell the rising panic, the Pokémon League Collective, led by the Galar chairman Rose's more stable successor, orchestrated a global champions conference. It was a PR move, a gathering of the world's most powerful and trusted trainers at the most iconic of venues, the Indigo Plateau. The message was simple: everything is fine. The pillars of our world are unshaken. It was the perfect place for Arceus's chosen team to hide in plain sight. Agent Verity's jet dropped them on a private helipad high in the indigo-hued mountains of Kanto, far from the prying eyes of the press. For the first time, they weren't being sent into immediate danger. They were being told to lay low, to integrate, to use the conference as a cover while Lyra analyzed the data from the Luminous Vault and they planned their next move. The Indigo Plateau was a dizzying mix of nostalgia and pressure for Ash. He saw the familiar domed stadiums, the sprawling Pokémon Center, the very air thick with the history of 1,000 triumphant and heartbreaking battles. But now he walked its halls not as a hopeful challenger, but as the monarch, the man at the top of the pyramid. Every head turned as he passed. Every whisper carried his name. And he wasn't alone. The presence of 3 unknown, incredibly powerful young women at his side did not go unnoticed. Seraphina, in a sharp, impeccably tailored suit, looked every bit the Galar noblewoman, her cool, analytical gaze sweeping over everything as if assessing its strategic value. Kaya, who had reluctantly traded her wild hides for simple, practical earth-toned clothes, moved with a coiled, restless energy, her eyes constantly tracking the sky, her discomfort in the bustling, man-made environment palpable. Lyra, dressed in a scholar's tunic that was both elegant and functional, seemed to vibrate with a quiet, intense energy, her mind clearly a million miles away, processing the catastrophic truths she'd uncovered in the deep. They were an enigma, and the world's most powerful trainers were very good at noticing enigmas. They had barely settled into their assigned suite in the Champion's Wing, a luxurious space with a panoramic view of the battlefields, when their first visitor arrived. There was a polite knock on the door, and when Ash opened it, he found himself face to face with Cynthia, the champion of Sinnoh. Her expression was one of polite curiosity, but her sharp, gray eyes missed nothing. "Ash," she said, her voice a calm, melodic wave. "It's good to see you. You've been busy." She looked past him, her gaze falling on his 3 companions. "And you've made some new friends." "Cynthia," Ash greeted her with a genuine smile. "Yeah, you could say that. This is Seraphina, Lyra, and Kaya." Cynthia stepped into the room, her presence commanding an instant, quiet respect. Her eyes lingered on each of them for a moment, a silent, powerful assessment. "Seraphina Varon," Cynthia said, her gaze settling on the Galar tactician. "Your family is well known in Wyndon's strategic circles. Your grandfather's treatises on battlefield control are required reading at the Galar Military Academy." Seraphina inclined her head, a gesture of respect from one master of the craft to another. "He spoke of you as well, champion. He called your style beautifully unpredictable, the highest compliment he was capable of giving." A small smile touched Cynthia's lips. I've seen the footage from the Kronos Invitational. Your battle with Ash was illuminating. Her gaze sharpened. A demonstration of perfect, textbook strategy versus something else entirely. I find myself curious to see that something else up close. Seraphina, would you honor me with a battle? One-on-one. A simple contest of philosophies. Seraphina's eyes widened almost imperceptibly. It wasn't just a friendly challenge. It was a test. A summons from the woman many considered the greatest champion of all time. Her competitive spirit, which had been simmering since her loss to Ash, flared to life. I would be honored, champion. As they departed for a private training field, another figure appeared in the doorway. Lance, the Dragon Master of Kanto, stood with his arms crossed, his cape billowing slightly in the draft. His expression was far more direct than Cynthia's. Ash, he said, his voice a low baritone. The League is in an uproar. Your disappearance, the energy spikes. People are scared. And you show up with a team no one has ever heard of. His intense gaze shifted, bypassing Seraphina and Lyra, and landed squarely on Kaya. He wasn't looking at her, but at the raw, untamed power that seemed to radiate from her like heat. It was the same energy he felt from his own dragons, wild, ancient, and dangerous. You, he said, his voice dropping. You smell of storms and mountains. Your power isn't trained. It's honed. Kaya met his gaze without flinching, her own green eyes just as intense. And you smell of chains and commands, she retorted, her voice low. You take the wildest spirits and put collars on them. A lesser man would have been offended. Lance just laughed, a short, sharp bark. A fair assessment. But you can't tame a dragon without a strong chain. Some power needs to be directed. He took a step forward, a challenge in his eyes. I want to see the strength of your wildness. My dragonite against whichever beast you deem worthy. Let's see whose philosophy holds true, the untamed storm, or the master who rides it. Kaya's lip curled into a feral grin. For the first time since leaving her islands, she looked truly alive. This was a language she understood. Done, she growled, and they too left for the battlefield, leaving Ash and Lyra alone in the suddenly quiet suite. Before the silence could get comfortable, a third voice, dripping with familiar arrogance, came from the hall. Well, well. If it isn't Ashy Boy, playing house with the new saviors of the world. Gary Oak leaned against the doorframe, a smirking Lucario at his side. He wasn't a champion, but as a top-tier researcher and one of the world's most respected Pokémon experts, his presence at the conference was a given. Gary, Ash said, a fond, exasperated smile on his face. Gary's smirk widened as he strolled into the room, his eyes falling on Lyra, who was trying her best to ignore him, her focus entirely on a floating screen of complex temporal mechanics. And you must be the brains of the operation, Gary said, circling her holographic display as if inspecting a rare specimen. Fascinating. Cross-referencing dimensional decay rates with 4th century Sinjo mythology. Ambitious. But your energy decay algorithm is flawed. You haven't accounted for the quantum signature of psychic residue. Lyra froze. She spun around, her eyes blazing with indignation. My algorithm is perfectly sound. It's based on the Hendelson-Voss theorem of temporal resonance. The Hendelson-Voss theorem was disproven 3 years ago by Professor Augustine Sycamore's work on mega-evolution energy, Gary countered smoothly, tapping a few commands into his own Pokédex. He projected a new set of equations next to hers. If you factor this in, you'll find your projections are off by a factor of 3.14. A pie in the face, you might say. Lyra stared at his equations, her mouth opening and closing silently. He was right. In her focused haste, she'd relied on an older, outdated model. To be corrected so casually, so smugly, it was infuriating. It was stimulating. That's a clever application of mega-evolutionary theory, she admitted, her voice tight. But your notation is sloppy. Details, Gary waved a dismissive hand. The point is, I'm right. What say you, O scribe of the dusty scrolls? A battle of wits? My research team against yours. Let's see who can crack the null order's core encryption first. The loser has to publicly admit the other is the superior academic mind. Lyra's eyes flashed with a competitive fire that rivaled Seraphina's. You are on, you arrogant, overpraised, surprisingly well-read simpleton. Gary just grinned. Smell ya later, ashy boy. I've got a goddess of knowledge to humble. He and Lyra, already bickering over data processing speeds, moved to a different part of the suite, setting up their respective research stations like two dueling wizards. Ash was left standing alone in the middle of the room, a strange sense of pride and amusement washing over him. Just a few weeks ago, his team could barely stand to be in the same room. Now, they were being challenged by the best of the best, and they were meeting the challenge head-on, their own unique strengths on full display. They were growing. They were shining. He stepped out onto the suite's balcony, the cool mountain air a welcome relief. Below, on a private field, he could see the battle between Cynthia and Seraphina beginning. Cynthia's Garchomp versus Seraphina's Gallade. It wasn't a battle of power, it was a breathtakingly fast and fluid chess match, each trainer anticipating the other, feinting, parrying, setting traps 3 moves ahead. Seraphina was holding her own, her precise, perfect strategy pushing the legendary Sinnoh champion to her limits. She wasn't just a strategist anymore, she was learning to adapt, to incorporate the beautifully unpredictable elements she had learned from Ash. On another field, Lance's Dragonite was locked in a brutal, primal struggle with Kaya's Ursaluna. It was a clash of titans, dragon fire against raw earth power. Kaya wasn't just letting her Pokémon run wild, she was guiding its fury, her commands like gusts of wind that directed a wildfire. She was learning that partnership didn't have to mean a collar. He felt a profound sense of warmth spread through his chest. It was more than just teamwork. He was watching the people he cared about come into their own, their confidence and power undeniable. His presence, his influence, had acted as a catalyst, and now they were burning brighter than ever. The setting sun painted the sky in hues of orange and purple. The battles below were winding down, ending not in victory or defeat, but in mutual, hard-earned respect. The past few weeks had been a blur of terror and survival, but here, in this moment of quiet reflection, something else became clear. His journey hadn't ended at the monarch's throne. Arceus hadn't just given him a mission. It had given him a new journey. A new family. The warmth in his chest intensified, blossoming into something more complex, more personal. He thought of Seraphina's reluctant, analytical admiration turning into a fierce, challenging fire. He thought of Kaya's cold judgment melting into a raw, protective affection that mirrored the wild heart of her homeland. He thought of Lyra's intellectual disdain evolving into a deep, stimulating connection, a meeting of minds and spirits. He was the heart of the team, Arceus had said. And his heart, he was beginning to realize, was far more complicated and far larger than he had ever imagined. The competitive rivalry with each of them was still there, a thrilling, electric current. But now it was intertwined with a deep, growing affection. It wasn't a choice between them. It was a connection to them, each one a unique and irreplaceable part of this new chapter of his life. His quiet moment was shattered by a sudden, sharp cry from inside the suite. Ash! It was Lyra, her voice stripped of all academic rivalry and filled with pure alarm. Ash spun around and ran back inside. Lyra and Gary were staring at a single, isolated data string on the main holographic display. It was pulsing with a malevolent red light. What is it? Ash asked, his senses immediately on high alert. It's a sleeper agent protocol, Gary said, his usual smirk gone, replaced by a grim intensity. Embedded deep in the Indigo Plateau's security network. We've been so busy analyzing their past movements, we didn't think to check if they were already here. It's a targeted strike, Lyra said, her face pale. The protocol just activated. It's not a bomb. It's an assassin. She pointed a trembling finger at the target designation on the screen. It wasn't Ash, the monarch. It was a single, terrifying word, scribe. The lights in the suite went out. The emergency shutters on the balcony slammed down, plunging the room into near-total darkness. The only light came from the malevolent red glow of the data string. From the darkened ceiling, 3 figures dropped silently to the floor. They were clad in the gray uniforms of the Null Order, their faces hidden by the same light-absorbing helmets as the Chronomancer in the forest. But these were different. They were leaner, faster. Assassins. And at their sides were not Sizers, but a trio of Greninja, their forms half lost in shadow. One of the assassins raised a hand, a blade of dark, solidified temporal energy forming in its grip. It pointed the blade directly at Lyra. Target identified, its synthesized voice hissed. Nullify the scribe. But before it could move, a yellow blur shot through the darkness. Pikachu. Pikachu slammed into the lead assassin with a powerful volt tackle, sending him stumbling back. Lucario, Aura Sphere. Gary commanded, his Lucario unleashing a ball of energy that forced the other 2 to scatter. The door to the suite burst open. Cynthia, Lance, Seraphina, and Kaya poured in, their battle-honed senses having detected the ambush instantly. The Null Order, Seraphina breathed, her Gallade already materializing at her side. So the rumors are true, Lance growled, his Dragonite appearing behind him with a room-shaking roar. The assassins were hopelessly outnumbered. They were trapped, surrounded by a dozen of the most powerful trainers on the planet. But they didn't look scared. The lead assassin tapped its comms unit. Protocol Epsilon. Public declaration. Its synthesized voice was suddenly broadcast over the Indigo Plateau's entire PA system, hijacking every speaker, every screen. People of the world, the cold, emotionless voice echoed across the stadiums and halls, silencing the confused murmurs of the crowd. Your age of lies is over. For too long, you have lived in a gilded cage, your lives governed by the whims of false gods you call legendaries. They are not your saviors. They are your jailers. We are the Null Order. We are the architects of your freedom. We are here to unwrite the great lie. On the public screens all over the plateau, images flashed, the Chronos Siphon. Over a dying Celebi, the blight-ridden Arch-Torterra, the psychic echo of Malachi's grief in the luminous vault. It was raw, decontextualized, and terrifying footage. We do not seek your destruction, the voice continued. We seek your liberation. We will remove the crutches that have made you weak. We will return your world to its true state, a glorious, untamed chaos where the strong survive and the weak perish, as nature intended. Your monarch and his collaborators seek to preserve the cage. They fight for your enslavement. We fight for your truth. The Chronos reckoning has begun. The message ended. The assassins in the room raised their hands. Phase 2, the leader hissed. They weren't trying to win. They were a statement. A distraction. They and their Greninja dissolved into a shimmer of temporal static and vanished, their mission complete. A stunned silence fell over the Indigo Plateau. The secret war was secret no more. The Null Order had just declared themselves to the entire world, framing Ash as a villain and themselves as liberators. Ash looked around the room. He saw the grim, determined faces of Cynthia and Lance. He saw Gary, his rivalry forgotten, his expression serious. And he saw his team. Seraphina, her hand on her Galad's shoulder, her tactical mind already processing this new, catastrophic variable. Kaya, her body coiled like a spring, her eyes blazing with a wild fury. And Lyra, who had been the target of the attack, now staring at the space where the assassins had been, her fear replaced by a cold, hard resolve. The world was now watching. The stakes had been raised to an impossible new height. They were no longer just soldiers in a secret war. They were fugitives, symbols, and the only thing standing between a world of order and an army that worshipped chaos. Their interlude was over. Chapter 7, The Tier at Spear Pillar. The Indigo Plateau was a prison of whispers. In the wake of the Null Order's global declaration, every champion, every gym leader, every league official was looking at Ash and his team with a new, complicated mixture of awe, fear, and suspicion. They were no longer just guests, they were the epicenter of a crisis that threatened to swallow the world. The conference had devolved into a series of tense, closed-door meetings. Arguments raged. Accusations flew. Some factions wanted to hand Ash's team over to international authorities for study. Others wanted to join his crusade. The world was fracturing along ideological lines, and they were the fault line. "We can't stay here," Ash said, his voice low and urgent. They were gathered back in their suite, the broken ceiling panel a stark reminder of the assassination attempt. The room was now a fortress, guarded by Lance's Dragonite and Cynthia's Garchomp, but it felt more like a cage. "They've painted a target on our backs. And worse, they've made us a political football. We're wasting time." Lyra, her earlier fear forged into a cold, sharp anger, nodded in agreement. She had the data from the luminous vault projected in the center of the room, a swirling vortex of Malachai's history and the Null Order's encrypted plans. They timed that declaration perfectly. While the world's leaders are arguing, the Null Order is making their next move. And it's the one we all feared. She manipulated the hologram, and an image of a snow-capped, twin-peaked mountain materialized. Mount Coronet. "The creation trio," Cynthia said, her voice grim as she stepped into the room. She and Lance had become their de facto allies, their authority the only thing keeping the more hostile League factions at bay. Dialga, Palkia, and Giratina. If the Null Order could corrupt or erase even one of them, the damage wouldn't just be historical. It would be existential. "It's Palkia," Seraphina stated, her eyes narrowed as she studied Lyra's data streams. She had integrated Gary's updated algorithms, and her predictive models were running at a frightening new level of accuracy. The Luminous Vault data showed Malachi has a particular obsession with the flaws in spatial mechanics. Random wormholes, unstable dimensional pockets, he sees them as evidence of Palkia's carelessness. His signature, his temporal residue, is thickest around a projected event at Spear Pillar. "He's going himself," Ash realized, the name of the place sending a familiar chill down his spine. "This isn't a job for his agents. He wants to deal with the Master of Space personally. And we are going to stop him," Kaya growled, her hand resting on the head of her Ursaluna, which sat by her side like a furry mountain. The public declaration had infuriated her, but it had also simplified things. The enemy had a face now. The hunt was on. "Getting you out of here won't be easy," Lance said, his arms crossed. "But Cynthia and I can create a diversion. A security threat on the far side of the plateau. It will draw the media and the League security away long enough for Verity's transport to extract you from the northern peaks." The plan was set. It was desperate, risky, and their only option. As Lance and Cynthia left to make the arrangements, the four of them prepared for what they all knew would be their most dangerous confrontation yet. The Chronomancers were one thing. Facing the fallen hero himself was another. Ash looked at each of his teammates. The tension that had once defined them was gone, replaced by a quiet, determined solidarity. Seraphina was no longer just a tactician, she was their strategist, her plans now incorporating their unique strengths. Kaya wasn't just raw power, she was their vanguard, the fierce heart of their charge. Lyra wasn't just a scholar, she was their navigator, the one who read the enemy's mind and charted their path. And Ash, he was still the heart, but now that heart beat in time with theirs. He found himself looking at Seraphina, her face illuminated by the glow of her tactical displays. Her loss to him at Kronos hadn't broken her, it had reforged her. She had taken her first taste of chaos and, instead of rejecting it, was now trying to understand and wield it. The respect she now showed him was hard-won, analytical, and for that reason, felt more real than any simple compliment. It was a respect between equals, a rivalry that had deepened into a partnership that still sparked with a thrilling, competitive fire. His gaze shifted to Kaya, who was sparring with her skyscythe on the balcony, their movements a blur of controlled ferocity. The empathy he had shown on her island had cracked her open, revealing a fierce loyalty and a protective instinct that she now directed at him and the team. She still saw the world in stark, primal terms, but now they were on the survival side of her ledger. The connection between them was quiet, instinctual, a shared understanding of the wild spirit that lived in both of them. Finally, he looked at Lyra, who was murmuring with Gary over a complex data set, their earlier animosity transformed into a rapid-fire collaboration. Her mind was a brilliant, blazing thing, and the trust he had placed in her at the luminous vault had unlocked a new confidence. She no longer hid behind her books, she wielded her knowledge like a weapon, and the grateful, genuine smiles she now directed his way were more dazzling than any dazzling gleam. His heart ached with a strange, fierce, and wonderful new feeling. It was the eve of their most important battle, and he was surrounded by the three most incredible people he had ever known. And they were his. In a way that transcended friendship, transcended rivalry. It was a bond forged in the heart of a cosmic war. A quiet chime from his comms unit, Verity's signal, broke the moment. It was time. The air at the summit of Mount Coronet was thin, bitingly cold, and humming with an impossible energy. Time and space felt thin here, stretched taut like the skin of a drum. The ancient ruins of Spear Pillar stood stark against a sky that was the wrong color, a bruised purple-gray swirling with sickly green nebulae that should not have been visible in daylight. The very fabric of reality was tearing. In the center of the ruins, on the dais where the red chain had once been used to enslave the gods of spacetime, stood Malachi. He was no longer just a psychic echo. He was real, and his presence was overwhelming. He wore a modified version of the Chronomancer armor, a deep obsidian black with silver tracery that seemed to writhe like living energy. His helmet was off, revealing the face they had seen in the vault, older, harder, but with the same burning, fanatical eyes. His grief had been forged into an armor of absolute conviction. And he was not alone. Flanking him were two elite Chronomancers, their armor a gleaming silver, and a Pokémon that made Ash's blood run cold. It was a Metagross, but it was horrifyingly wrong. It floated with an unnatural lack of gravity, its metallic body pulsing with the same oily, corrupting blight they had seen on the Arch Torterra. Its normally intelligent cross-shaped eye was a void of red, malevolent light. A corrupted pseudo-legendary. But the most terrifying sight was Palkia. The deity that controlled space was trapped. It wasn't in a crystal cage. It was caught in a vortex of swirling, fractured spatial energy, its own power turned against it. It roared in frustration, its spatial rend attacks tearing holes in reality that would snap shut seconds later. It was being contained, drained, and broken. Malachi was standing before it, one hand outstretched, black temporal tendrils siphoning Palkia's divine energy into a device on his gauntlet. "You're too late," Malachi said, his voice calm and resonant, carrying easily over the roar of the dimensional storm. He didn't seem surprised to see them. "The Master of Space has proven to be as flawed and chaotic as I predicted. It is time for its influence to be edited." "Malachi, stop this!" Ash yelled, stepping forward, his team fanning out behind him. "What you're doing is insane. You're going to tear the world apart." Malachi actually laughed, a sound devoid of humor. "The world is already torn. I am simply removing the rotten threads. You, Monarch, fight to preserve a broken system. You are a champion of decay. I am a surgeon, cutting out the cancer." He gestured to the struggling Palkia. "Look at it. A god of order that can barely control its own power. Its existence is a flaw. I will correct it." There was no reasoning with him. His conviction was absolute. We have one shot at this. Serafina's voice was a low, urgent whisper in their comms. His two elites are running interference, protecting him while he channels. Kaya, you and Ash are our heavy hitters. You break the line. Lyra, that corrupted Metagross is radiating a temporal null field. It's the anchor of their formation. You have to find a way to disrupt it. I will coordinate. It was a solid plan. A Serafina plan. But this time, it was their plan. Let's go. Ash roared. Pikachu, Volt Tackle. He charged, Pikachu a golden comet at his side. Kaya was with him, her Ursaluna roaring a challenge as it galloped forward, shaking the very stones of the pillar. The two silver chronomancers moved to intercept. Lag, one intoned. Accelerate, said the other. The space around Ash and Kaya warped. Ash felt himself moving through syrup, while the chronomancers and their Pokémon, a Weevil and a Cinderace, blurred with impossible speed. But they were ready for it. Lucario, now. Ash commanded. Lucario, who had been running at his flank, unleashed a wave of pure aura. It wasn't an attack. It was a sonar ping, a sensory burst that highlighted the distorted zones of time. Aura data is mapping the temporal fields. Serafina called out. I'm projecting it to your visual overlays. Kaya, your left. Ash, straight ahead. The fields are narrow. Guided by the data, they navigated the temporal minefield. Kaya's Ursaluna, with a roar, smashed through a slow field with sheer, unstoppable momentum. Ash and Pikachu leaped over another, their movements perfectly synchronized. They broke through the first line of defense. The Metagross. Lyra yelled. Its null field is scrambling my tech. I can't get a lock on its weakness. The corrupted Metagross floated forward, its red eye fixing on them. It unleashed a psychic blast that wasn't just energy, it was a wave of pure conceptual wrongness that made their minds ache. I will handle the machine. Kaya bellowed. Her bond with the wild made her uniquely resistant to its unnatural aura. She and her team, Ursaluna and a newly summoned, furious Nidoking, charged the corrupted Pokémon, a brutal, head-on assault of horn and claw. That left Malachi. Ash and Pikachu skidded to a halt before him, the dimensional storm around Palkia whipping at their clothes. So, the heart of the old world comes to face the mind of the new, Malachi said, a cruel smile on his lips. He finally lowered his hand from Palkia, the device on his gauntlet glowing with terrifying power. Let me show you why your age is over. He snapped his fingers. Rewind. Pikachu, who had leaped to attack, suddenly found himself back on Ash's shoulder, the memory of an attack he hadn't made yet echoing in his mind. Ash stared, his own thoughts reeling. Malachi hadn't just stopped the attack. He had erased it from the timeline. My power is beyond your comprehension, boy, Malachi said, taking a step forward. I don't just manipulate time. I command it. I am its master. He summoned his own Pokémon, a sleek, powerful Aegislash, its blade shimmering with temporal energy. You are a monarch. Let us have a royal battle. The fight was a nightmare. Every strategy Ash tried, Malachi countered before it even began. He would command a thunderbolt, and Malachi would pause time, walk his Aegislash out of the way, and resume. Ash would send out Surfetch'd for a meteor assault, and Malachi would fast forward past the charge-up time, leaving Surfetch'd vulnerable. He wasn't just battling Ash, he was editing the battle as it happened. See? Malachi taunted, as his Aegislash scored another temporal accelerated blow against a lagging Dracovish. Your bonds, your trust, they are meaningless against a foe who can rewrite your every victory into a failure. Ash was on the defensive, his Pokémon being taken apart, his mind reeling from the constant temporal shifts. He was losing. Badly. Meanwhile, the rest of the battle raged. Kaya was locked in a brutal stalemate with the Metagross. Lyra was desperately trying to find a chink in its armor. And Seraphina. Seraphina was watching the duel between Ashe and Malachi, her face pale, her mind racing faster than ever before. Her predictive models were failing. Malachi wasn't just an opponent, he was the administrator of the entire system. How could you win a game when the other player could rewrite the rules at will? She looked at Ashe, at his frustration, his desperation. She saw him fighting with the same chaotic, unpredictable energy as he had against her. But it wasn't working. Malachi's control was absolute. Chaos couldn't beat control if control could simply press delete. Then she looked at Malachi. At his calm, superior demeanor. His perfect, untouchable command of the battlefield. His absolute belief in his own flawless logic. And she saw herself. The thought struck her with the force of a physical blow. Malachi was the ultimate expression of her own philosophy. A world of perfect order, of absolute control, where messy variables like hope and trust were rendered irrelevant. A world where the correct outcome was the only one allowed. And it was a world she no longer believed in. Her eyes flickered to Ashe, to the bond he shared with his Pokémon, a power that couldn't be quantified. To Kaya, fighting with a ferocity that defied all logic. To Lyra, whose faith in knowledge was a force in itself. Her team. Her flawed, chaotic, beautifully unpredictable team. A cold, terrifying idea began to form in her mind. A strategy so risky, so contrary to her every instinct, that it felt like blasphemy. But it was the only path she could see. Ashe, her voice cut through his comms, sharp and clear. You can't win this fight. I know, he grunted, recalling a battered Pikachu. No, you don't understand, she said, her voice dropping, filled with a new, dangerous intensity. You can't win. So stop trying to. What are you talking about? He's a strategist, Ashe. The ultimate strategist. He anticipates, he controls, he dictates the flow of battle. You are playing his game. Her gaze shifted, not to Ashe, but to Malachi himself. So, I'm going to offer him a new player. She took a deep breath. Malachi, she shouted, her voice amplified by her cuff, cutting across the battlefield. You speak of a new world order, of a system free from the flaws of the old. Your logic is sound. Your methods are efficient. Your vision is compelling. Malachi paused, turning his head slightly, a flicker of interest in his eyes. Ashe stared at her, horrified. Kaya faltered in her assault on the Metagross. Lyra looked up from her work, her face a mask of disbelief. What are you doing, Seraphina? Ashe yelled into his comms. Your chaos is a relic, monarch, Seraphina continued, ignoring him, her voice ringing with a cold, clear conviction she hadn't had since Chronos. It has no place in the structured, orderly world that is coming. I see that now. My pursuit of perfect strategy has led me to this inevitable conclusion. Your way is the past. His is the future. She took a step forward, away from her team, toward the center of the battlefield. I am Seraphina Varon, she declared, her voice resonating with power. And I wish to serve the true architect of order. The battlefield fell silent, save for the roar of the storm around Palkia. Malachi looked at her, a slow, truly genuine smile spreading across his face. He had seen her record. He knew of her talent. To have such a mind join his cause, it was the ultimate validation. A wise choice, he said. The mind of the new age should stand together. He saw the shocked, betrayed expressions on the faces of Ashe and his team. It seems your bonds of trust are more fragile than you thought, Monarch. Seraphina, don't. Ashe cried out, his voice cracking with a pain that had nothing to do with the battle. She didn't look at him. She walked calmly across the field until she was standing beside Malachi, a strategist at the side of a god. What are your commands? She asked, her voice a perfect mask of cold loyalty. Malachi's smile was triumphant. He had not only won the battle, he had broken his enemy's heart. He turned his attention back to Ash, his guard lowered for the first time, his focus split between his new, brilliant prize and his defeated foe. And in that moment of triumphant distraction, Seraphina's eyes, visible only to her Gallade, flashed with a single, coded command. Now. It wasn't a betrayal. It was the ultimate feint. A gambit on a scale that even Malachi, the master of time, could not have predicted. Because he saw the world in terms of power and control. He did not understand loyalty. He did not understand sacrifice. Gallade, who had been standing idle, moved. It didn't attack Malachi. It didn't attack his Aegis Lash. It unleashed a full-power psycho cut, not at an enemy, but at Seraphina herself. The blade of psychic energy slammed into her side. She cried out, a real cry of pain, and collapsed to the ground. The move was so shocking, so utterly illogical, that everyone, Ash, Kaya, Lyra, even Malachi, froze for a single, vital heartbeat. What is the meaning of this? Malachi roared, turning to the Gallade. But it was a distraction. The real attack was already in motion. As Seraphina fell, she had thrown a small, metallic disc. It sailed past Malachi, unnoticed in the chaos, and attached itself to the vortex of spatial energy containing Palkia. It was a device Lyra had been working on, a harmonic resonator designed to disrupt temporal fields. It was unproven. It was dangerous. But it was their only chance. Ash. Seraphina screamed from the ground, her voice raw with pain but blazing with triumph. His control isn't absolute. He has to channel. Break the channel. Ash snapped out of his shock, his mind finally understanding the terrifying, beautiful scope of her sacrifice. She hadn't just created a distraction. She had given him the one thing he needed, an emotional variable. She had rocked the untouchable god back on his heels. Malachi was reeling, his perfect control shattered by an act of incomprehensible self-sabotage. His focus was broken. The temporal tendrils connecting him to Palkia flickered. That was all the opening Ash needed. He didn't use a complex strategy. He didn't try to outthink him. He let out a primal roar and charged, his body blazing with his own aura. He wasn't the monarch. He wasn't a tactician. He was a force of nature, a storm of pure, righteous fury. Pikachu, feeding off his energy, became a living thunderbolt. He leaped from Ash's shoulder, wreathed in the most powerful volt tackle he had ever summoned, and slammed directly into Malachi. The impact was cataclysmic. For the first time, Malachi was hit. His armor sparked, his concentration shattered completely. The temporal tendrils dissolved. Simultaneously, the resonator on Palkia's prison activated. It emitted a high-frequency pulse that caused the spatial vortex to shudder violently. Palkia, freed from Malachi's direct siphoning, let out a roar of pure, unadulterated power and shattered its prison from within. Space itself buckled. A wave of raw, untamed dimensional energy erupted from Palkia, washing over Spear Pillar. Malachi, knocked off his feet by Pikachu's attack, looked up just in time to see the wave coming. He screamed, not in triumph, but in terror, as he was engulfed by the very chaos he sought to control. His two elite chronomancers and the corrupted Metagross were likewise consumed. When the light faded, they were gone. Vanished. Spear Pillar was a wreck. The storm in the sky was gone, but the very air was fractured. Palkia stood free, its great form pulsing with rage and power. It turned its glowing eyes on the small humans who had invaded its sanctum. But before it could act, a new, calming presence filled the air. Arceus's voice, strained but clear, echoed in their minds. Enough. The immediate threat is neutralized. But the damage is done. The fabric of this place has been compromised. The Hall of Origin itself is now vulnerable. The message was a bolt of ice. They had won the battle. But they may have just lost the war. Ash raced across the ruined battlefield to Seraphina's side. Kaya and Lyra were already there. She was conscious, clutching her side, her face pale with pain, but her eyes were blazing. "Did it work?" she gasped. "You were amazing," Ash said, his voice thick with emotion. He knelt beside her, his hand hovering over her wound, not knowing what to do. "But why? Why would you do that?" She looked at him, and for the first time, there was no filter, no analysis, just a raw, unguarded honesty. "Because," she whispered, a pained smile on her lips, "you taught me that some variables are worth sacrificing everything for." He couldn't predict it. He couldn't quantify trust. She had used her own logic to defeat the ultimate logician, by embracing the one variable she could never model, the chaotic, illogical, and overwhelmingly powerful force of their bond. She had fought chaos with chaos, and won. Chapter 8, The Weight of the World. The silence of Shaman's Grove was a fragile gift. After the chaotic retreat from the fractured spear pillar, Agent Verity's team had guided them not to a military base or a safe house, but to this hidden sanctuary, a pocket of impossible serenity nestled deep in a forgotten corner of the world. Ancient trees formed a living cathedral around a field of Gracidia flowers, their vibrant colors a stark contrast to the grey ruin they had just escaped. The air was sweet, pure, and filled with the gentle, healing aura of the mythical Pokémon that called this place home. Dozens of Shaymin, both in their small, hedgehog-like land forms and their graceful sky forms, flitted about, their presence a soothing balm on frayed nerves. But the peace was only skin-deep. Seraphina lay on a cot crafted from woven moss and leaves, her breathing shallow. A Shaymin was curled up on her chest, its gentle, purring glow focused on the raw, psychic burn on her side. The wound from her own Galad's attack was not healing quickly, it was a wound born of conflicting loyalties, a psychic scar that ran deeper than flesh. Galade itself stood vigil at her side, its head bowed, radiating waves of guilt and sorrow that were palpable even without aura. The rest of the team was scattered. Lyra paced at the edge of the grove, her Alakazam mirroring her restless energy, muttering about temporal mechanics and structural integrity. Kaya was with her Pokémon, her hands buried in Ursaluna's thick fur, her eyes closed, trying to draw strength from the pure, untainted nature of the grove. Ash stood alone by a clear, bubbling spring, staring at his reflection without seeing it. They had won. They had driven Malachi back. They had saved Palkia. But Arceus's final, dire warning echoed in his mind, the Hall of Origin itself is now vulnerable. He felt the weight of it, a physical pressure on his shoulders heavier than any he had ever known. He was the monarch, the strongest trainer in the world. He had faced down gods, saved regions, and stared into the maw of oblivion more times than he could count. But this was different. The pressure wasn't just to win a battle, it was the crushing responsibility of holding reality together. What if his best wasn't good enough? What if he made the wrong choice? The fate of everything rested on him, and for the first time in his life, he felt the terrifying possibility of his own inadequacy. Pikachu, sensing his partner's turmoil, nudged his hand with his head, letting out a soft, questioning, "Cha." "I'm okay, buddy," Ash said, his voice hollow. He sank to his knees, the facade of the unshakable hero crumbling. He pulled his oldest friend into a hug, burying his face in Pikachu's fur. I'm scared." He didn't say it to Pikachu. He said it to himself. An admission he hadn't allowed himself to make until now. The fear of failure. The fear that all his bonds, all his strength, wouldn't be enough to stop the world from unraveling. A single tear escaped his eye, then another, silent drops of water that fell into the pristine spring, rippling his reflection. He didn't know how long he knelt there, the great Ash Ketchum, the world monarch, quietly falling apart in a secret garden at the end of the world. A soft footstep on the grass behind him made him look up. It was Seraphina. She was supposed to be resting, but she stood there, pale and leaning heavily on her galade for support, her hand pressed against the bandage on her side. Her usual, impeccable composure was gone, replaced by a raw vulnerability that mirrored his own. "The shaman's healing aura is cloying," she said, her voice a little rough. "I needed some air." It was a flimsy excuse. They both knew it. She slowly, carefully, lowered herself to the ground, sitting a few feet away from him, her movements stiff with pain. They sat in silence for a long moment, the only sound the bubbling of the spring and the distant chiming of the shaman. "I have run the simulations," she said finally, her voice barely a whisper. Factoring in Malachi's apparent control over localized temporal events, the corruption of a pseudo-legendary, and the destabilization of a primary creation deity, the probability of our success in a direct, final confrontation was 12.7%. Ash said nothing, just continued to stare at the water. "My gambit at Spear Pillar," she continued, her voice clinical, as if analyzing someone else's battle, was, by all metrics, an act of strategic insanity. The chance of Malachi accepting my feint was less than 30%. The chance of the resonator working was untested. The chance of you capitalizing on the opening in the 1.3 seconds I created for you. All told, my plan lowered our probability of success to less than 4%. She paused, taking a shaky breath. "And yet, we are here. And he is not. My logic, my numbers, my entire understanding of how the world is supposed to work, it's meaningless now." She finally looked at him, her sharp, silver eyes filled with a terrifying, brilliant new clarity. "The only variable I can no longer ignore, the one that breaks every model I create, is you." She leaned forward, her expression intense. "I believed the world needed a perfect plan. But I was wrong. It doesn't need a perfect plan. It needs a reason to fight when all the plans have failed. It needs unbreakable hope. That is a power I have never understood. But I see it in you. And I have seen what it can do." Her voice cracked, the confession raw and painful. "I can't offer you a strategy that guarantees victory anymore, Ash. But I can offer you one that is built around its most powerful, illogical variable. I can offer you my mind, my will. I can offer you myself. I will follow your chaos to the end of the world." The words hung between them, not a declaration of love in any traditional sense, but a strategist's absolute, unconditional surrender to a force she could not measure but could no longer deny. It was the most honest thing she had ever said. Before Ash could find the words to respond, another presence joined them. Kaya emerged from the trees, her movements silent as a hunting lux ray. She carried 2 wooden bowls, filled with a fragrant stew made from foraged roots and berries. Her expression was unreadable, but her eyes, which had watched their quiet conversation from the shadows, were soft. She wordlessly handed a bowl to Ash, then to Seraphina. She then sat down on his other side, creating a small, protective circle. "You burn too brightly," Kaya said, her voice a low rumble. It wasn't an accusation. It was an observation. "Like a star. You give your light, your warmth, to everyone. To a dying forest. To a sick mountain. To her." She nodded at Seraphina. "But even stars can burn out." She looked at him, her wild, green eyes holding a fierce, protective fire. "When you fell on my island, your spirit was quiet. I felt it. Faint. But it was not broken. I have felt the heart of the world, Ash. I have felt the beat of its oldest stone and the rush of its first river. And your spirit, it feels the same. It is a wild, untamable thing that refuses to be broken." She reached out, her calloused hand gently touching his arm. It was a gesture of profound intimacy from someone who rarely initiated physical contact. "I do not understand strategies or machines. But I understand this. You are the heart of this land now. And I will not let it stop beating. My strength is yours. Let me be your shield. Let me be your claws. Let me fight beside you, not behind you, not in front of you, but with you. Her confession was as direct and as powerful as she was. It was a pledge of allegiance from one primal force to another. She saw in him a reflection of the wild, enduring world she had sworn her life to protect. As Ash sat between these two incredible, powerful women, each offering him their strength in their own unique way, a third figure approached. Lyra stood before them, her arms full of scrolls and data slates, her face alight with a frantic, brilliant energy. They were wrong, she said, her voice breathless. All of them. The scribes, the historians, the prophets. They were all wrong. She dropped to her knees in front of Ash, spreading her scrolls out on the grass. They were covered in her elegant, frantic script. I've been analyzing the core data from the Luminous Vault, cross-referencing it with the energy signatures from Spear Pillar. Malachi's grief, his rage, it's not just an emotional catalyst. It's the key to his power. He didn't just find some forbidden technology. He created it. She looked up at Ash, her dark eyes wide with a terrifying revelation. When his legendary partner refused to save his family, its justification was the natural order. Malachi, in his grief, sought to create a power that could defy that order. He didn't just want to unwrite history. He wanted to unwrite the rules of history. The temporal mechanics he wields, they aren't based on controlling time. They're based on the concept of narrative causality. The power to decide how the story should go. He's not a scientist, Ash whispered, understanding dawning. He's an author. And he's writing us out of the story. Exactly. Lyra exclaimed. And all of history, all of our legends and myths, they are just stories. Stories we tell ourselves to make sense of the universe. The story of the hero who always wins. The story of the bond that can conquer all. He sees you, Ash, not as a trainer, but as the protagonist of a story he despises. And he is trying to write a new one. She leaned closer, her voice dropping, filled with a passionate intensity that made Ash's heart beat faster. But that's his weakness. He thinks he's the only author. He's forgotten that stories aren't just written. They're told. They're shared. They live in the hearts of those who hear them. She reached out, her hand gently touching his, her fingers tracing the lines on his palm. All my life, I've been a reader of history. A curator of forgotten tales. But you don't just read history. You live it. You create it. You are the story. Your journey, your bonds, your impossible victories, they are the narrative that holds this world together. Malachi wants to erase the legend. But he can't, because the legend is real. And it's you. Her hand tightened on his. Don't you see? We are not just soldiers in a war. We are the guardians of the world's most important story. And I will not let him burn the library. My knowledge, my heart, my soul, they are yours to command. Let me be your scribe. Let me help you write the final chapter. Ash looked at the three of them. Seraphina, the brilliant mind, who had found in his chaos a truth greater than her logic. Kaya, the wild spirit, who saw in his heart a reflection of the world she loved. And Lyra, the keeper of stories, who saw him as the living embodiment of the greatest story ever told. Their rivalries, their conflicts, had all burned away, leaving only the pure, refined gold of their bonds. It wasn't a choice. It was a convergence. 3 different paths, 3 different hearts, all leading to him. He looked at each of them, his own heart so full it felt like it might burst. He saw not just admiration, not just loyalty, but a deep, profound, and unconditional love, offered in 3 different languages that he now understood perfectly. He started, his voice thick with emotion. He took a deep breath, finding his center. He met Seraphina's gaze. I need your mind, Seraphina. I need your strength to see the path when I'm blinded by the fight. He turned to Kaya. I need your spirit, Kaya. I need your wildness to remind me what we're fighting for when the world of men has lost its way. And he turned to Lyra. I need your knowledge, Lyra. I need your stories to give us hope when the ending seems already written. He looked at all three of them, his own love for them shining in his eyes, clear and undeniable. My journey used to be about becoming the best. About seeing new places, meeting new Pokémon. But it was always just me and Pikachu, on a road that stretched on forever. He reached out, his hands finding theirs, connecting the circle. Now, I know what the journey is for. It's not about the destination. It's about who you choose to walk the road with. My heart, it's not as simple as I thought it was. It's as complicated and as crazy as our mission. But I know this. You are the ones I want by my side at the end of the world. The unspoken was finally spoken. It wasn't a choice. It was an acceptance. A new kind of family, forged in fire and faith. The competitive romance had burned away its impurities, leaving a bond that was stronger than steel, more resilient than any legend. A single, perfect Gracidia flower, caught in a sudden breeze, detached from its stem and landed in the center of their joined hands. A blessing from the grove. Their moment of peace was interrupted as Gallade suddenly straightened, its psychic senses flaring. A second later, a portal of swirling, golden light opened in the center of the grove. From it stepped a figure they did not recognize, a woman with hair like spun moonlight and eyes that held the wisdom of ages, clad in armor that seemed woven from starlight. But the Pokémon at her side was unmistakable. A Dialga, its great form radiating a calm, immense power. I am an agent of the Celestial Accord, the woman said, her voice like the chiming of crystal bells. A guardian of the First Weaver's Law. What Malachi has done at Spear Pillar has broken the covenant. He has used his power not to control Arceus, but to force open a path to the Hall of Origin. He means to shatter the Godhead itself, to create a true Year Zero for the universe. The weight of the world crashed back down on them. We have to stop him, Ash said, his voice now clear and steady, all doubt erased. It is already too late for that, the woman said, her expression grim. He has reached the gates. She looked at the four of them, at their joined hands, and a flicker of something that might have been hope crossed her features. But the end is not yet written. With their bond solidified into something stronger than love, they stood together, ready to face the final battle. The team was united. Their purpose was clear. Seraphina stood, her pain forgotten, a holographic map already forming at her wrist. Lyra, the narrative causality, if he's an author, he has a source, a nexus for his power. Where is it? Lyra, her eyes blazing, pointed to a swirling vortex of dark energy on the map. His fortress. A pocket dimension he's built from stolen temporal energy. The throne room from Shalebi's vision. Kaya grinned, a feral, terrifying expression. Then we'll give his story a new ending. Ash stood, his own power, his aura, flaring to life, no longer a weapon, but a beacon of pure, unwavering resolve. Let's go write it. Chapter 9, The Battle for the Dawn of Time. The approach to Malachi's fortress was a journey through a dead idea. The portal opened by the agent of the Celestial Accord did not lead to a place, but to the space between places, a silent, gray void littered with the ghostly afterimages of moments that had been unwritten. They saw the phantom of a mountain that had never existed, the echo of a city that had been erased, the faint cry of a Pokémon species that had been edited out of the timeline. It was a graveyard of memories, a testament to the scale of Malachi's silent war. Their transport was no longer a simple jet. Guided by Dialga, they rode on a platform of solidified time, a golden disk that cut through the non-reality of the void. And they were not alone. Their desperate stand at Spear Pillar had sent ripples through the highest echelons of the world. The footage of their battle, of Seraphina's sacrifice, of Ash's indomitable will, had been analyzed by the champions they had left behind. The choice had been made. Behind their platform, a small but powerful fleet had assembled. Cynthia was there, her Garchomp a sleek shark of destruction cutting through the void. Lance flew beside her on the back of his Dragonite, his expression grim and resolute. From the Hoenn region, Steven Stone had come, his shining Metagross leading a small squadron of his personal Pokémon. Even a few of the legendaries who owed Ash their freedom had answered the call. Latios and Elatia streaked through the void like twin blue and red comets, their telepathic presence a reassuring warmth. And most surprisingly, a figure Ash had not seen in years had appeared at the edge of their formation, a powerful, brooding Mutuo, its arms crossed, its purple eyes glowing with a reluctant but undeniable sense of duty. It had seen the threat to the world it had once sought to claim, and it would not stand by while another sought to destroy it. This was not a League army. It was a rapid response force, a collection of the world's greatest individuals, a fellowship of champions united for one last, desperate battle. The fortress is shielded by a recursive temporal loop, Seraphina announced, her voice broadcast to every member of the strike force. She stood at the front of the command platform, a living nexus of information. The wound in her side was bound tight, a dull ache that only seemed to sharpen her focus. Any direct assault will be infinitely looped, our attacks never landing. Lyra, how do we break it? The loop isn't a true infinity. Lyra countered, her holographic displays swirling around her like a miniature galaxy. She was flanked by Gary and his team of researchers, their combined intellect a formidable weapon. It's powered by a psychic resonance engine. It feeds on intent. The more you intend to attack it, the stronger the shield becomes. So we can't fight it, Lance growled in frustration. We can't, Lyra confirmed, but a force of nature can. She looked to Kaya. The wild Pokémon of your islands, the ones Ash cleansed, their rage was chaotic, without specific intent. Kaya, a stampede of that magnitude, directed at the fortress, it wouldn't register as an attack. It would be perceived as a natural disaster. It could overload the psychic resonance engine. Kaya's eyes lit up with a fierce, primal light. She closed her eyes, reaching out with a power that was older than thought, a call that echoed through the spirit ways of the world. She wasn't commanding, she was inviting. She was opening a door and pointing the way for the storm. As if in answer, the gray void behind them began to shimmer. A herd of rampaging toros, their eyes glowing with raw power, thundered out of a shimmering portal. Flocks of furious Fiero and Skarmory shrieked through the non-air. A pack of Mytiana, their snarls echoing silently in the void, loped alongside them. It was a tide of pure, untamed life, a force of chaos to be unleashed against a fortress of sterile order. That's our battering ram, Seraphina declared, her voice ringing with newfound authority. Kaya, you will lead the vanguard. Your objective is to shatter the shield. The moment it falls, the main assault begins. Champions, you will engage the fortress's external defenses. They will be automated, likely commanded by chronomancers. Expect temporal distortions. Keep them occupied. Lyra, your team's objective is to counter the temporal fields and find a way to sever Malachi's connection to his power source. She paused, her gaze sweeping over the assembled legends. That leaves the final objective. She looked at Ash, and for a moment, the strategist was gone, and it was just Seraphina, her expression a mixture of faith, fear, and absolute trust. Ash. The moment the shield is down, you go for Malachi. No matter what happens, you do not stop. You are the tip of the spear. You are the only one who can end this. He simply nodded, his face a mask of determination. He was ready. In the distance, the fortress materialized, a jagged shard of black crystal and swirling temporal energy hanging in the void. It was a place that screamed its own wrongness, a tumor on the skin of reality. For the world, Lance roared, raising a hand. For the dawn. Charge. Kaya bellowed, and the world dissolved into glorious, beautiful chaos. She rode on the back of her Ursaluna at the head of a living avalanche. The wild Pokémon crashed against the fortress's shield not as an army, but as a tsunami. The air crackled as the psychic resonance engine strained, unable to properly process the sheer, mindless fury of the assault. The shimmering barrier flickered, warped, and with a sound like a cracking bone, it shattered. Now! Seraphina commanded. All units, engage. The battle for the dawn of time began. Cynthia's Garchomp became a land shark, tearing through automated turrets that fired beams of slowed time. Steven's Metagross, a true psychic powerhouse, engaged corrupted Pokémon that poured from the fortress walls, its psychic abilities a clean, sharp blade against their tainted power. The Lottie twins moved as blurs of light, their mist ball and luster purge attacks disrupting Chronomancer formations with hit-and-run tactics. The scale of the battle was immense, a symphony of destruction played out in a silent void. Lyra and her team of psychics, guided by Alakazam and Gary's Lucario, became the key to the fight. They didn't deal damage, they leveled the playing field. There. A lag field at Sector Gamma. Alakazam, project a counter-frequency. Lyra would call out, and a wave of psychic energy would neutralize the temporal trap, allowing Lance's Dragonite to land a devastating hyper beam. Seraphina was the conductor, her mind everywhere at once. Mutwo. 3 elite Chronomancers teleporting to your flank in 5 seconds. They're using a rewind loop defense. Mutwo didn't even turn. Their tactics are pitifully linear, it responded telepathically, and as the Chronomancers appeared, it trapped them in a psychic vortex before they could even activate their technology. The mind is a battlefield they are ill-equipped to fight on. In the heart of the beautiful, terrifying chaos, Ash made his move. Pikachu, let's go. He leaped from the command platform, landing on the back of his Charizard, which had roared into the sky the moment the shield fell. They banked hard, dodging crisscrossing energy beams, and flew directly toward the spire of the fortress, a jagged black needle pointing at a dying sky. He knows you're coming, Seraphina's voice crackled in his calm, the entrance will be a trap. Every entrance is a trap, Ash shot back, a grin on his face. He patted Charizard's neck. So we'll make our own. Charizard, Flare Blitz. Full power. Charizard roared, its body igniting in a spiral of blue-hot flame. It became a living meteor, a sun of defiant rage, and slammed directly into the side of the crystalline spire. The black crystal, designed to withstand temporal not physical stress, exploded inward. Ash leaped from Charizard's back as it pulled away, landing in a roll inside the newly created opening. He was in a long, dark corridor, the walls pulsing with a sickly light. He didn't hesitate. He ran. Alarms blared. Corrupted Pokémon materialized from the walls, a savage Haxorus with blight-ridden tusks, a Gardevoir that wept tears of static. Ash didn't have time to fight them all. He moved like a phantom, his championship team clearing a path. Surfetch's meteor assault smashed through defensive walls. Dracovicia's Fishious Wren tore apart corrupted defenders. Gengar phased through floors, scouting ahead, its ghostly grin a terrifying sight for the Null Order's agents. He fought his way upward, a one-man army against a fortress of nightmares, his every step guided by Seraphina's voice in his ear, his path cleared by the sacrifices of his friends outside. He was the tip of the spear, and the entire world was the force behind his thrust. Finally, he burst through a final set of doors and found himself in the throne room. It was a vast, circular chamber, its domed ceiling showing not the void outside, but a swirling, chaotic vortex of raw, unformed reality. At the center of the room, on a throne carved from solidified, frozen time, sat Malachi. He looked weary. The battle outside was taking its toll, even on him. His Aegislash floated at his side, its polished surface scarred from their encounter at Spear Pillar. But his eyes, when they fell on Ash, were burning with an unholy light. The protagonist arrives for the final scene, Malachi said, his voice laced with a tired irony. Predictable. Do you see it now, Monarch? The grand design. The folly of your gods. He gestured to the vortex above them. This is my sanctum. The loom where I unweave the flawed tapestry of your world. From here, I have the power to perform the final edit. I will not just erase Arceus from history. I will shatter its very concept, its foundational code. The idea of a creator will cease to have ever existed. The universe will be rebooted to its true state. A glorious, beautiful, meaningless chaos. There's nothing beautiful about chaos, Ash said, his voice low and steady. Pikachu leaped to the floor. Cheeks sparking, ready for the final battle. There's nothing beautiful about a world without hope. Without friendship. Without love. Malachi laughed, a hollow, broken sound. The words of a child who has never known true loss. Your bonds are an illusion, a comforting lie you tell yourselves to ward off the darkness. I will show you the truth. He rose from his throne, and the temporal energy in the room coalesced around him. This time, there will be no tricks. No gambits. Just my will against yours. The author against his flawed creation. Let us see which story is stronger. The final battle began. It was not like the duel at Spear Pillar. This was not a game of feints and counters. This was a war of fundamental forces. Ash brought the full power of his team, his bond with them a tangible, glowing force. He and his Pokémon moved as one, a symphony of coordinated power. Dragonite's Draco Meteor rained down from above. Lucario's aura-driven attack sought to pinpoint the flaws in Malachi's power. Pikachu was everywhere at once, a bolt of pure, indomitable will. But Malachi was a god in his own domain. He didn't just command time, he was time. He would glitch Gengar out of its phantom state, making it solid and vulnerable. He would create a save state for his Aegislash, so every time Lucario landed a blow, he could simply rewind and restore it to perfect health. He caught a Draco Meteor in a time stasis bubble, aged it 1,000 years until it was just dust, and let it crumble harmlessly. He was deconstructing Ash's very concept of battle. Your strength is meaningless here. Malachi roared, as he trapped Dragonite in a fast-forward loop, causing it to rapidly exhaust itself. Your bonds are just data. And I am the administrator. Ash was being pushed back, his Pokémon battered, his heart pounding. Malachi was right. In this place, the rules were his. How could you fight an enemy who could simply press undo on your every success? He looked at his exhausted Pokémon. He could feel their pain, their frustration. But he could also feel their unshakable faith in him. They would fight until they were erased from existence if he asked them to. And that was it. That was the answer. Malachi's power was based on a lie. He believed their bonds were an illusion. He saw them as data, as mechanics. He didn't understand that the love between a trainer and a Pokémon wasn't a thing that could be paused or rewound. It was a constant. A truth that existed outside of time. You're wrong, Malachi, Ash said, his voice quiet but clear over the storm of battle. He recalled his exhausted team, leaving only Pikachu standing before him. Our bond isn't data. It's not a story you can edit. He looked at his partner, his first friend, the one who had been with him through everything. He saw every battle, every loss, every victory, every quiet moment, reflected in Pikachu's determined eyes. It's real, Ash whispered. He closed his eyes, and for the first time, he didn't just reach for his aura. He reached for everything. For the memory of Seraphina's sacrifice, for the feeling of Kaya's wild spirit, for the weight of Lyra's faith in him. He gathered every bond he had ever forged, every friendship, every rivalry, every ounce of love and hope and trust he had ever given or received. His aura exploded from him, no longer just a blue glow, but a rainbow of incandescent light. It was the color of his entire journey. The color of his heart. Malachi staggered back, his eyes wide. What is this? This energy, it's not in the system. It's not quantifiable. Pikachu, Ash said, his voice now resonating with the power of 1,000 bonds. Let's show him our story. Pikachu leaped into the air, and the rainbow of Ash's power flowed into him. He was no longer just a Pikachu. He was the vessel for every bit of love and hope in Ash's soul. He glowed with a light that was brighter than a sun, a power that was not of this world, a power born of a simple, unbreakable promise between a boy and his first Pokémon. This is our bond. Ash roared. This is our truth. 10 million volt thunderbolt. It wasn't just an attack. It was a statement. A declaration of a truth more fundamental than time itself. A bolt of pure, conceptual power, the color of 1,000 journeys, 1,000 friends, 1,000 dreams, lanced across the throne room and struck Malachi head-on. Malachi screamed. The attack wasn't just hitting his body, it was hitting his power, his very ideology. The raw, uneditable truth of Ash's bond was a virus in his perfect system. His control over time flickered, stuttered, and broke. The save states, the pauses, the rewinds, they all dissolved, unable to process this power that was not part of their code. His Aegis lash, caught in the backlash, was hurled against the far wall, unconscious. Malachi himself was thrown backward, his armor cracking, his connection to the fortress severed. He landed in a heap at the foot of his throne, broken. The battle was over. Ash had won. But as Malachi lay defeated, he began to laugh. A weak, gurgling, triumphant laugh. "You fool," he coughed, blood trickling from his lips. "You think this was about defeating me?" He lifted a trembling hand and pointed at the device on his gauntlet, which was now glowing with an apocalyptic light. He had been siphoning the power of the battle, the energy of the fortress, of Palkia, of Ash's own final attack, into one final, spiteful act. "My goal wasn't just to control Arceus," he hissed, his eyes burning with a final, mad triumph. "It was to gather enough paradoxical energy to force open the Hall of Origin, and shatter its being." He slammed his fist down on the device. The final payload of stolen temporal power, a concentrated bomb of pure paradox, shot from his gauntlet. It bypassed Ash, bypassed the throne, and tore a hole straight through the vortex in the ceiling. A soundless scream echoed through reality as the barrier to the Hall of Origin was breached. The raw, untamed power of creation, no longer filtered through the conscious mind of Arceus, flooded the throne room. Malachi looked up at the chaos he had unleashed, the beautiful, meaningless chaos he had always dreamed of, and his face was a mask of pure, abject horror. Chapter 10, A Bond Beyond Creation. The scream was not a sound. It was an event. It was the universe tearing a seam, and through that tear poured a light that was not light, a power that was not power. It was pure, undistilled, uncreation, the raw, seething chaos that existed before the first thought of a god. The vortex in the ceiling of the throne room did not just open, it dissolved, replaced by a raw, gaping wound in the fabric of everything, a direct window into the now unprotected Hall of Origin. Malachi's laughter died in his throat, replaced by a choked, horrified gasp. He had done it. He had knocked on the door of heaven, and in doing so, had brought hell down upon them all. The beautiful, untamed chaos he had preached about was not the noble, primal state he had envisioned. It was a mindless, cancerous infinity, and its first act was to consume its own prophet. The raw creative energy washed over him, and he simply ceased to be. Not even dust remained. He was unwritten from his own final chapter. The fortress, its master and power source gone, began to die. The black crystalline walls cracked and crumbled, dissolving into the gray void. The throne of frozen time melted like ice in a furnace. The entire pocket dimension was collapsing in on itself. Ash. Seraphina's voice, frantic and laced with static, screamed in his ear. The dimension is imploding. The strike force is pulling back. Get out of there. That's an order. But Ash was frozen, his eyes locked on the tear in reality. He could feel it. The mind of Arceus, the first weaver, had been shattered. It was no longer a conscious being. It was a rampaging, mindless force of creation and destruction, a nuclear reactor without its control rods. Waves of its chaotic energy pulsed from the wound, and with every pulse, reality warped. He saw the floor beneath him ripple, turning from black crystal to churning water to shifting sand in the span of a heartbeat. He saw Pikachu flicker, his form momentarily shifting into that of a Piku, then a Raichu, before snapping back. This wasn't just destruction. This was the universe being randomly rewritten by a mad god. "We have to go," Pikachu cried, tugging on his pant leg, the words a jumble of panicked telepathy and desperate chirps. But Ash knew. He knew with a certainty that chilled him to the bone. There was nowhere to run. The wound in the Hall of Origin wasn't just in this collapsing dimension, it was everywhere. The pulses of chaos would spread. They would rewrite Pallet Town, Lumio City, the entire world. They had won the battle, but Malachi had delivered a poisoned victory. The world wasn't going to be erased. It was going to be eternally, agonizingly remade into an endless, screaming nightmare. As the floor began to crumble away into nothingness, three figures appeared behind him in a flash of light, teleported from the command platform by Lyra's Alakazam in a final, desperate act. Seraphina, Kaya, and Lyra. They had refused to leave him. "What do we do?" Lyra asked, her voice trembling as she stared at the apocalyptic sight of a god coming undone. "How do you fight that?" "We can't," Seraphina said, her tactical mind, for the first time, utterly blank. There was no strategy for this. No plan. There is no winning move. Kaya just stared at the raw, creative energy, her face pale. "This isn't the song of the world," she whispered. "This is the sound of it screaming." They were right. They couldn't defeat Arceus. You couldn't defeat the concept of creation itself. But as Ash looked at the horrifying, beautiful chaos, at the heart of the universe lashing out in mindless agony, he didn't see an enemy. He saw the Arch Torterra. He saw the corrupted Luminion. He saw a being trapped in a prison of its own pain, a pain so immense it was unmaking the stars. And he knew what he had to do. "We can't defeat it," Ash said, his voice ringing with a newfound, terrifying calm. He turned to face his team, his family. The floor beneath them was gone, and they were standing on a fragment of reality no bigger than a dinner table, floating in a void that was being devoured by light. "But maybe we can heal it." The three women stared at him as if he were insane. "Heal it?" Seraphina choked out. "Ash, that is the raw power of creation. It will unmake us if we get too close." "When the ancestor was screaming, I didn't fight its pain," Ash said, his eyes locking with Kaya's. "I shared it." He looked at Lyra. "When the lock to the vault was corrupted, we didn't just break it. We reminded it of its true story." He met Seraphina's gaze. "And when Malachi's logic was unbeatable, you didn't defeat it. You broke it with a truth it couldn't process." He looked at the three of them, at the heroes they had become, and he saw the answer. It's in pain. It's forgotten itself. We have to remind it what it is. And how do we do that? Lyra asked, her voice filled with a desperate hope. Ash took a deep breath. We give it something to hold on to. A truth more stable than a dying star. A story more real than its own fading memory. He looked at them, his heart bare. We give it us. The understanding dawned on their faces, a mixture of terror and awe. He wasn't talking about an attack. He was talking about a sacrifice. He held out his hands. I can't do it alone. My heart isn't strong enough. But ours might be. Without a word, Seraphina took his right hand. Her grip was firm, her fear eclipsed by her absolute faith in him. Kaya took his left, her calloused hand a grounding, earthy presence. Lyra stepped forward and placed her hands on his shoulders from behind, completing the circle. Their Pokémon, Pikachu, Galade, Ursaluna, Alakazam, gathered around them, adding their own strength, their own bonds, to the circuit. They stood together, a tiny island of defiant unity in a sea of cosmic chaos. "Ready?" Ash asked softly. Their answer was the silent, steady pressure of their hands. "Then let's tell it our story," he said. He closed his eyes and reached out, not with his aura, but with everything he was. He didn't push. He opened. He made himself a beacon, a lighthouse calling out in the storm of uncreation. And he poured his very soul into that call. He poured in his bond with Pikachu, a love as bright and as constant as the sun. He poured in his journey, every gym battle, every victory, every heartbreaking loss. He poured in the memory of every friend he had ever made, every rival who had pushed him to be better. Beside him, the others joined their voices to his silent song. Seraphina poured in her logic, her structure, the beautiful, clean lines of a perfect plan. She offered the concept of order, of reason, of a universe where cause was followed by effect. She poured in the memory of her defeat at Ash's hands, the moment she learned that the most beautiful logic is the logic of the heart. Kaya poured in her spirit, the raw, untamed life force of the wild. She offered the song of the earth, the feeling of the wind, the patient strength of a mountain. She poured in the memory of the ancestors' healing, the moment she learned that the greatest strength is not the power to cleanse, but the courage to connect. Lyra poured in her knowledge, the history of 1,000,000,000 years, the weight and meaning of every story ever told. She offered the concept of memory, of narrative, of a past that gives meaning to the present and hope to the future. She poured in the memory of the luminous vault, the moment she learned that history is not just read, it is written by those brave enough to live it. Logic. Nature. Memory. And at the center of it all, Ash's boundless, indomitable heart. Their combined essence, a tapestry woven from 4 fundamentally different but now perfectly harmonized souls, surged outward. It was a wave not of power, but of pure, conceptual truth. It was a story of hope, of friendship, of love, of rivalry, of finding strength in difference. It was the story of their journey. The wave struck the rampaging, mindless Godhead. The chaos faltered. For a single instant, the mindless screaming paused. Their story, their truth, was a pattern in the static, a melody in the noise. It was a memory that was not its own, but was so pure, so real, that it could not be ignored. The fractured consciousness of Arceus, lost in an eternity of pain, latched onto that melody. It was a drowning god finding a single, solid rock in an infinite ocean. It pushed back, its agony still immense. The psychic pressure was unimaginable. Blood trickled from their noses. Seraphina's vision went white with pain. Kaya let out a low groan, her knees buckling. Lyra felt as if her mind were being torn into 1,000,000 pieces. But Ash held them steady. His grip tightened. "Stay with me," he roared, his voice a raw force of will. "Heal with me." He poured more of himself into the connection, drawing on the strength they were giving him, amplifying it, and firing it back. He showed the universe's creator the love of a mother for her child. The fierce loyalty of a trainer for their Pokémon. The quiet respect of a student for their teacher. The simple, profound joy of sharing a sunset with the people you love. He showed it the meaning it had lost. And slowly, miraculously, the screaming began to subside. The raw, chaotic light began to coalesce. The random, violent rewriting of reality stabilized. Their truth, their story, was becoming an anchor, a template around which the shattered god could begin to rebuild itself. The light became less angry, more coherent. It resolved into the familiar, majestic white and gold form of Arceus, its shape flickering, but holding. The gaping wound in reality began to knit itself shut. The last thing they felt before their strength gave out completely was a wave of emotion from the reformed deity. It was not a voice, not a word. It was a feeling of pure, bottomless, and eternal gratitude. Then, the world went white. Ash awoke to the smell of fresh grass and the gentle warmth of a familiar sun on his face. He was lying on the grassy hill behind Professor Oak's lab in Pallet Town. He sat up, his body aching with a bone-deep weariness he had never known, but he was whole. He was alive. Pikachu was curled up in his lap, sleeping soundly. In the distance, he could see his Pokémon, all of them, playing in the fields. Bulbasaur was mediating. Charizard and Infernape were sparring. The world was peaceful. It was real. He looked down at his hands. For a moment, he could almost feel the phantom pressure of their grips. He had no idea how much time had passed. Days? Weeks? He looked up at the sky, half expecting to see it tearing open. But it was just a perfect, unbroken blue. "It's over," he whispered to himself. "We did it." Soft footsteps approached from behind. He turned, and his heart did a slow, painful flip. Seraphina, Kaya, and Lyra were walking toward him. They looked as tired and as achingly real as he felt. They were no longer wearing their combat gear or expedition clothes, but simple, casual outfits. Seraphina in a stylish but comfortable jacket, Kaya in loose-fitting linen trousers and a simple top, Lyra in a soft, knitted sweater. They looked like normal girls. Normal, world-saving, God-healing girls. They came to a stop before him, a comfortable silence settling between them. The competitive fire, the desperate tension, the weight of the world, it was all gone. All that was left was a deep, quiet, and unshakable affection. "The world is quiet," Kaya said, her voice soft with wonder. She could finally feel the true, peaceful song of the earth again. "All historical records have been restored," Lyra added, a small, genuine smile on her face. "The story is whole again." "Agent Verity has been in touch," Seraphina said, her voice holding a new, lighter tone. "The Null Order has dissolved. The champions are handling the cleanup. We have been, honorably discharged." She looked at Ash, her silver eyes soft. "Our mission is complete." The words should have been a relief. But they landed with a strange, melancholic thud. Their mission was the only thing that had held them together. What now? Ash looked at the three of them. The brilliant strategist who had learned to believe in the impossible. The wild warrior who had learned the strength of empathy. The wise scholar who had learned that the best stories are the ones you live. He thought about the road ahead. For the first time in his life, the idea of walking it alone felt unbearable. He didn't have to make a choice. He had realized that in the grove. Their four hearts had become one to save the universe. How could they ever be separated now? His heart was not a prize to be won, but a home they had all built together. He patted the grass beside him. "The sunset's going to be a good one today," he said simply. A shared look passed between the three of them, a silent conversation that held all the understanding in the world. Seraphina sat down on his right, her shoulder brushing against his. Lyra sat on his left, her head eventually finding a comfortable spot on his shoulder. Kaya settled behind them, leaning back against an oak tree, her presence a warm, protective shield. They sat there together, the four of them, with their Pokémon gathering around as the sun began its slow descent, painting the sky in fiery colors. There were no grand declarations, no complicated discussions about the future. There didn't need to be. The competitive romance had ended. The rivalry had been won, not by one of them, but by all of them. And in its place, something far more powerful and far more beautiful had grown. A new kind of love. A new kind of family. Ash Ketchum, the monarch, the hero, the heart of the world, looked out at the horizon. It was no longer empty. It was full of infinite, brilliant possibility. He didn't know what tomorrow would bring. He didn't know where their journey would lead them next. He only knew they would face it together. And that was all the story he ever needed. The end. Thank you for watching this video. Please be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video.